shut all of OBS down.
You're back on.
Okay.
That was an OBS crash.
Yeah, that's what it said. It even said use the word crash. When I clicked the airbrush booth is when it did it.
So you switched the airbrush booth.
Yeah, I switched the airbrush booth and then I just to see if it would go. And then when I tried to come back to this, you know, where you press the button to go home, it said OBS crashed. Hello, Wavy. How are you doing, my friend? Nothing to see here. Nothing to see. Just us ducks. Just us ducks. Thank you. Thank you. I apologize for that. OBS just shit itself. And then that's that. Because that happens. All right. So, gave him a little bath. I still see maybe a couple of little areas, but I don't really know that sometimes in the folds of fabric, I don't know if that's going to be so bad. Are we going? Can I use the airbrush booth camera?
Find out.
Okay. Oh, you guys still there?
Still on.
Okay, excellent. He's got this one little spot under his backpack that I feel like there was supports here and I don't like them. But do you have it up there so you can see it, Geek?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the other thing is, when you're all done, oh, how are things, Wavy? Okay, let me get the storage out of the airbrush booth, you guys. I kind of set things over there when I'm streaming and not using it, but we're going to go in there and we're going to give him a few different, 3 different colors. So we are working with the black and the white, and I think maybe we might just go with the black and the white and then go back to the airbrush later for the ink, for the glow. That must have been nice. Yeah, that looks a lot better. He seems to have a pretty good... I left a couple of the little supports on his backpack because they kind of look like antennas. Or not his backpack. His front pack, what do you call that? Oh, that must have been nice, Wavy. Yes, I can only imagine. I know the last time I saw my dad was really great. It really was. We sat down and we talked and everything. I'd like to be able to go sit down and talk to him again. But I'm really happy for you. I am. That's important. You're always their baby. They need that time. That looks pretty darn good, you guys. Oh, let me move this so I can see what's going on with my my alert box here. There it is. Here it is. All right. Let's see. And Space Cow is still okay. Oh yeah, did Pixie go? That's a good question, Dave. Okay. Let me get the real quick. Get the storage out of. Hello, Dextrose. Good morning. Good morning. The storage out here. I do not believe, you guys. Let me see if it drags. Let me find out if you guys drag all the way to that. If I can go all the way to that screen. Damn it. Hold on. No, and then that way is Geek Screen. I was hoping that I could just drag you guys over to that screen. I will not be able to see the chat while I am in the booth. Oh, that's wonderful. Look at me sassing myself there in chat, just like, you know, as if I don't have enough people to talk to, I've got to talk to myself too. So you guys will be able to see me in the airbrush booth, but I won't be able to see the chat while I am there. That's just temporary. That is not something that is permanent, just to let you guys know. That's a thing that is just going on right now. We got some few wires and cords and rearranging new software. Oh, there he is. There's the guy. Oh, he got a prime job, you guys. That guy I was asking about, there he is. Earlier, he got a prime job. If anybody wants to put a picture of that fellow for me, if you can find a good picture of him and put him in the reference art in the Discord, I want you to know I would greatly appreciate it. I actually did not know who that character was, and then Dexflow popped in here one night and it was working on a bus. Alexa, turn on the airbrush. Yeah, he's kind of my desk buddy now. Okay, I won't be able to hear you guys. See you guys while I'm over here. Let me bring the microphone with me. There we go. Now, I just want to make sure you can hear me in spite of the airbrush sound. And we're going to position this guy a little bit better for you. There we go. Actually, I'm trying to get this. The cord is on my right, but eventually I'm going to have the airbrush on my left because I airbrush with my right. Okay, that looks like it can be pretty good. It's fairly small, so we don't have to worry too much about that. Hopefully, it will autofocus. I'm going to take everything out of the booth so you guys don't have anything else to focus on. You guys can hear me? Good. Thank you, AJ. Uh-oh. Steiner is hogging space. Steiner needs it. Something I like to not find. Okay, I'm going to put Steiner here. We need to make sure it's safe. The hoses on the airbrushes are also a thing. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Oh, it would have to be much bigger than that. That just looks like little lines. Okay, excellent. You can hear me. You can see me. We had it to where I could actually see the airbrush and see the chat. I have a nice little monitor right above it, but we've kind of rearranged a lot of things in the studio, and so that changes up the whole momentum of stuff. Let's see. So we're doing the white and the black. Actually using the black more of a shadow. So probably a dark gray would work with the black areas of shadow. All green, sage, black, gray. Don't use the gray a whole lot. I've really mostly, the white is used for the zenithal, the black is used for most of my priming, so I don't use the gray a whole lot anymore. Oh, this one's not even open, which means I actually do have a gray open somewhere. Oh, no, it is. It is open. Okay. All right, then. It's weird, actually, for me to be priming something white. It's so unusual. I can't remember the last time I actually primed something white. First, I want to dry all the solution that I use for cleaning him out of his helmet. So I get a good stick from the primer. And also I'm able to really get a good look at if there's any areas that might need a little help. Let me grab my razor knife really quick. This is a good opportunity for you guys to share your information in the chat. Your links. If you stream. With each other, if you have some work that you want to show each other. There's just a couple of little places I think that might need a little nip and tuck. One thing I learned my very first mini that I ever primed. Primer doesn't cover it, it makes it stand out worse. So if you have an area and you don't like it and you're like, oh, I think the primer's gonna solve that, you're gonna be in for a big surprise. I thought that. Truth of the matter was, just made it look worse. So these little areas where these little supports in his camp creases are, really had a hard time getting to those because of where they're located and the shape of the crease. You almost just have to kind of carve a little bit and figure it out. But you'll see them when you turn these models around in the light and you're looking at it, you'll see like these little tiny spots. And the spots actually are a little raised. Sometimes they're a little dip, sometimes they're like a little hole, and sometimes they're a little raised, and that's where a teeny tiny little support is. I'm actually afraid, because I don't know how pliable this is, he does have like a little area in between his fingers, but we might be better off just shadowing that. And because we're probably going to break off a finger. Sometimes you got to make a choice like that. You can see where they're glued together with the resin. You're probably better just leaving that alone and putting a shadow in there. All right. Well, I don't know whether or not you can hear me or not. Exactly, Dave. I saw that. Oh, does it have to do with focus? So, Geek, there's nothing up on the screen above the, just letting you know. I'm not complaining. I'm just letting you know that there's nothing on the screen at the airbrush booth other than the Twitch logo. It says Twitch is ready to cast. Pick a podcast on your device to start watching your TV. That's what it says. I'm just letting you know in case that's not what you want there. I'm not stressing it because I couldn't read it anyway. I can kind of swing over and look over my shoulder every once in a while. What I'm not sure if I like is the texture here. So probably we're going to have to put a couple of layers of primer. Now, what primer does help with is the striations that you see in resin. If it's the focus on the camera, one of the reasons I don't use the airbrush a lot right now is because the focus on the camera is actually the lights that create the problem. Hold on. And the problem herein is if the camera were over my left shoulder, I could do this. I cannot do this because that's not going to do you guys any good. So if I'm down here, then I'm able to kind of hit it from the side. The idea is that this camera, actually the arm is on the left right now, but the cord is going into my computer on the right. So until we get the area, worked back out, we just got to kind of leave it like this. It's kind of what's going on right now. So it's the best of the world that I can create. I do not want, I'm sure you guys have noticed that like a lot of artists will just put this at their desk. And I just don't want to use my airbrush at my desk. I'm a little bit touchy about that. We're building a nice airbrush area for the new studio area, and that's kind of how I want to keep it. So usually what I do is one very light covering where I try to get all the areas into recesses. Primer really dries fast, so one of the things I like about using it for zenithal highlighting not too worried about that. It's not a terribly detailed piece. Now the other thing is my first layer of primer when I put it on the mini, and I've been cleaning, I'm going to come back in here with the razor knife. I'm going to make sure that all those little areas, this will show me any areas that I may have missed. So the first time I do this, I'm going to just do a really light covering, and then I'm going to double check it in case it needs any help. Looks like I missed a couple on his helmet. can see them on his butt. I don't know if you guys can actually see them. I guess not. Yeah, so what I will do is I will set this aside for a moment, the brush in the rack. And right along here, I can see, because of the primer, where these little problematic areas are. Now, what you will see is you will see when I cut them off. And they're little teeny tiny nipples. For real. So tiny, I couldn't even feel them with my rubber glove. There's one. I saw one on his glove here. I saw a couple here. So there's a very light coating. Notice I left these guys here. They look like antennas. I'm not sure that these are supports, but if they are, they look just like antennas, so I left them there. You're able to come back in. That's a big support there. You're able to come back in because you've got this very, very light covering, which actually kind of works for us. If you look at it, can you see that? Hold on. No, these lights are terrible in here. Dave, I'm really, I guess we could suggest that to people that are beginners with your razor knife. Something you might want to consider is using the back side of it when you're plucking these off. I use a razor knife, Dave, to give myself a manicure. Like, I use this to cut cuticles away. So I feel pretty confident that I'm not going to put a gouge in it. But he has a point. If you are worried about that, I use this razor knife a lot. And actually what I do sometimes is this part right here. I don't particularly like this shape. This part right here, I will actually end up putting my thumb on it and not even notice that this little edge of the blade right here where it's sharp, it'll cut right through my thumb while I'm working. And I miss it. But if you are worried about putting a gouge in the miniature, this is a good idea. Perhaps it's a really expensive miniature, or perhaps you're not used to doing this. You might consider using the back of the blade so that you just pluck the little nipples off and don't leave gouges in it. I have been very fortunate so far, no gouges. Scraping the paint off a little, but that's okay because where I scrape the paint off, that's good because I want to get back in there with the primer and make sure that I get that area. I also like to make the, there's areas that I find little supports where two areas come together and I kind of like that crease to be there. So I do also go in and remove those. The other thing you can do too is get a dull one. Keep a dull one around for cleaning certain things. I do keep a couple of dull ones around for cleaning certain things. And you can just kind of scrape. Instead of cutting into it, you can also just kind of scrape. That's one right there. But sometimes I find too, don't you find, Dave, that if you use the back of the blade You don't find sometimes that it, excuse me, plucks the support off and leaves a hole in your miniature, rather than when you carve it off with the sharp part, it leaves it nice and flat. You don't, that doesn't happen to you? See, when I use the backside, sometimes it'll just pluck that little support off and it leaves a hole in my miniature and I don't like it. If I'm using the sharp part of the blade, then it carves it off and then leaves it smooth underneath. Maybe it's just the way I do it. You got all under there too. Warts. No? Huh. Yeah, I find that sometimes that it leaves like it pulls a little support off and it leaves a teeny tiny little hole in the miniature. But it is a good safety precaution, you guys, to use the back side of the blade. Okay, I think we got it. Now I want to come in here and get those areas that we fixed. Now, one thing we do have going on with this guy is the light is actually coming from the bottom. So I'm gonna lighten up the bottom. It's not gonna look too much like zenithal highlighting, I don't know, because it's all primed white, because we're working with black and white, but I do kind of want to get the bottom glow in. A little dry. Okay, now got a lot of extra white. I get excited when I pour my paints. Feel. Hey Slade, what's up, mate? It's funny, I wonder why it is that I have that problem with the little supports plucking holes in it. Whoop, hang on. Gotta set this aside for a second. And here this lid. No, this, I don't think that's a lid. Oh no. Thank goodness I didn't do that. Right. Right. A dark color. All right, now we're just gonna go in here and I'm gonna get some shadow areas. I apologize if that blocks the camera sometimes. That's one of the reasons that we're gonna be changing this up. It's just air. Yes, actually, we're just about to do a study in black and white slate, and mornings are not something that I'm terribly used to. So the transition has been a little bit unusual for me. We're working on it. But there's also, tech things and whatnot. Plus, I did this completely phased out because it was not a normal tutorial day. I did after we did the late night for the Patreons, I ended up staying up really late doing a metallic rubbing tutorial, metallic pigment rubbing tutorial for somebody who is making some filigree on some furniture. And I've done furniture, and I had some products in the studio that were suited for what they were doing. So I was doing a rundown with them, and we ended up staying up till like 2 in the morning. And I decided, I would come down here and clean my desk Monday. And Monday ended up being complete and utter clusterfuck. Shit came down the turnpike that was just more than I could handle. And so, yeah, life, just life. So I ended up a little behind for this whole brigade here. But not, it's not bad. Well, because it's not just like me getting up in the morning and just going to do what I got to do. There's a dog and geek, and there's other stuff to be considered. Plus, I got a lot of pain in the morning. Yeah, there's a lot of pain to battle. And let me make sure to put my lubricant in. You guys don't let me forget that. Hold on. Hang on, slide a minute. I don't want to forget that. So what I've been doing is putting a little bit of the paint retarder in my airbrush, and just leaving a couple of drops of that in there after cleaning the airbrush out and everything. And I just got to say that idea is absolutely wonderful. So my airbrush, I haven't had a problem with it since. It keeps it nice and lubed up, and keeps any paint from sticking and up to the needle and everything like that. The little particles that might, but I've been pretty good about cleaning it really good each time too. Alexa, turn off the airbrush. Yeah, it definitely does. I have to admit, it definitely does sneak up on you. That is a fact. All right, let's focus in on this guy and get cranking. Let's see, I'm gonna get my little ball. Oh yeah, so I got a little excited with the metallic rubbing. Doesn't seem to come off. Little tiny bit, not bad. Let's get a little something and give that a bath. I've got some very powerful alcohol down here. Not the kind you drink. I don't mean tequila. And give it a little bath just in case. Yeah, you know me. Very powerful alcohol in the morning. I'm a sailor, right? Yeah, for real. Yeah, exactly. Break out the rum. What is it? Oh, this one's only 70%. This might not actually clean it off. Yeah, it does. Just takes it a second. Hey, Joe. Any words of advice on mixing ink into paint? Yes. be very careful. Start with small amounts. What I can tell you is that before you thin your paint, so if you're going to use a paint and you're adding ink, now are we talking about putting it in the airbrush, or are we talking about like on your palette? Having a couple of things developed for you guys. One is going to be an ink, a separate ink palette. We're working on that so that your ink doesn't have to be on your regular palette. Now the other thing I do when I come out of the airbrush booth, if I'm going to wear the same gloves, I take alcohol and I wipe off my gloves. This paint on your gloves will stick to your mini and will make little weird textured areas. I don't like it. Know the texture. If there's texture, there's texture. If there's not, then there's not. On the palette. So I really recommend that first of all, before you thin your paint, then adding the ink. And I also, so it depends on if you're working on a small thing or if you're working on a big thing. Is it something that you're going to paint a large area with and you're going to need like, a portion of paint in order to be able to duplicate it? So that's one of the problems with using it, is that if you mix paints for something, a custom paint, and you don't mix enough, when you come back to it the next time, you might not have any paint. I use ink wells or a little palette for my ink, and I mix the ink in, like I dip the brush into the ink and then I mix a little bit into the paint at a time, and then thin the paint, because ink is thinner than paint. So if you thin your paint and then you add the ink, it might be thinner than you want it to be. Ink is a little bit thinner than I would like the paint to be personally. Also, ink is extremely powerful. Extremely. I fortify a lot of my colors with ink because I like a lot of pigment. That's so much better. That's the other thing I really like about what they made this guy out of, is the material that they made it out of. This is actually painting. I had it in a room I was painting. That's latex wall paint. Okay, that's better. I just completely totaled that at that lesson. We just had pigment everywhere. Of course it is bronze. We're designing some so that we can turn you guys on to them. They don't make this one anymore. I've had this for a period of time. Yes, I have. A good little baby, and it is very weighted. It is, I believe it's filled with silica sand beads. But this particular one is not made anymore. In fact, it doesn't even have the label on it from who made it. It used to have like a decal and everything on it. I don't remember what it was, but from my weightlifting days. And so we're actually working with a couple of companies right now to get these. It just takes time to get these made. Hopefully one with a little bit more give to it. We got a sample from a company, but it's a little bit big and a little bit bouncy. Like they didn't quite get the directions quite well. Yes, bronze. It totally. The whole idea of this was that. Actually, that is interesting how my desk is kind of cockeyed. The whole idea of this was that I was floating off camera all the time. So also my elbows were up on the desk, and I can't paint with everything in my face like this. And then we were going like this and showing you guys and everything. So what ended up happening is, by being able to put the miniature here, even the ones that I have, like when they're on a mini holder, I can hold the mini holder. I adjust the ball like this and hold the mini holder, and it also supports my hand at the same time that I'm painting. So it worked out pretty good for me. This mini holder is a little bigger than some of them that I use. Okay, Blade Mark. Of sorts, bronze. What just happened? Oh, thank you very much, Sarandis. Thank you very much for that follow. I appreciate it. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard the crew. Yeah, it is. It is. And that is actually where the idea came from, because it was from my weightlifting days. The interesting thing was, I thought, oh, this isn't going to be hard to find and get manufactured. Then to find out that probably because somebody hurt themselves with this one. Probably because I would be willing to bet you someone broke their nose with it. I'm not kidding you. I bet that's exactly what happened. Yeah, it is. So it is. So I tried blocks and I tried rolled towels. I tried all these different things. And actually, I was just unpacking one day and I was like, huh, I wonder. Now, the thing is what it's fabricated out of sticks. So when you relax your, so what I was having a trouble with, I had a bad relationship and I have a broken rotary cuff. My rotary cuff on the left side is blown. Okay. So because of that, there's this area that the body built up some additional cartilage and protection around the tendons and everything. And so the clavicle, this gets tight from going like this. Holding them up. You're holding, right? And when it does, because it's shortened, so when it blew up, the body corrected it by like pulling it like that, you know, and then mending it like that. So when it gets tense and it pulls, it takes this clavicle and pulls, I'm not kidding, it's so weird. It pulls the clavicle down into the joint. I have to hang from a hanging bar until it will let go to pop the clavicle out and back up on the bone. When I'm doing this, the hands stick to it. Notice where I keep my, these down here. So I'm gonna notice the difference in my shoulders. So if I'm like this, right? But what if I'm like this? So not only that, but that area in the back that gets tension and hunched, instead of being forward like this, right, to my desk, also my boobs get in the way. That's another thing. We had to build a desk lower because every desk that I sit up to, they're in the way. There's balloons in the way. So I have to hunch. And so by doing this, when I stick my hands on it, relax onto the chair, notice the difference in the shoulders. It's a difference of here and there. That's a huge difference. So this clavicle isn't being lifted like that all the time. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's just really weird. Good morning, Pat. How are you doing? How are you doing? A hemorrhoid donut for my hands, Pat? I think that would be a little bit big. Those are made for butts, aren't they? Oh, don't you can use the cream-filled version. You're just fucking with me, okay. Oh, it's flat. But if it was flatter, then I would be pulling up and in all the time. I mean, I went through at least a dozen, if not 15 different things to get the height right.
I never was one for forgiveness. I always try to pull my weight. They say the other side is greener. I'm pretty sure
Oh, bursitis. My mom had that, Joe. That, mate. Okay, the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come in with some, yeah, my mom had that, on her tailbone, I think. Yeah, you know right where the two flat points in the hip come together? But Pat, why would I go back to more surface area if I've already tried about 15 different things, including the blocks and everything, and had more surface area, and that ended up being a problem? I don't understand. Or are you talking about for my boobs? Are you talking about for my boobs? So surface area is my problem with my minis. If I have too much area, it has to be, everything needs to be like right here, so that I don't float off camera, and so that I don't pick my elbows up, and so that I'm not using my shoulders, and oh God. No, I thought you, okay. Okay. Thanks, Dave, for saving me. Baroness von Sketch. Ooh, what is that? What is that? Are you being sassy too, AJ? Okay, so back to the part about the inks and the paints. So I'm about to use ink to do a little light zenithal highlighting just to make sure that I can get some of the areas where I really want it kind of intense. But start with the inks in the paint separate and use a little a cap, like a little cap off of a water bottle or something like that. Was it Slade I was talking to about that? Was that Slade? Yeah, like, well, not this one, but this one actually would work, except this is one of my good ones. I wouldn't use it. But where you have a very small little area you can put your ink and not just put it on the palette. That way you're just getting the consistency of the ink without any of the wet palette soaking into it. And then you dip your brush a little bit, first in water, then a little bit of ink, and then a little bit into your color, however you're mixing that. If you're making batches, I recommend measuring. Oh, it was you, Joe? Measuring drops. So like if you have a green paint and you're fortifying it, and it's 5 drops of green paint and 1 drop of ink, and you want to make a batch because you're going to make like 6 things and you want them all to be the same color, then make yourself a batch. For example, I make batches of my lead belcher recipe because I use so much of it that it's not worth it for me to mix it every time I sit down. And it won't be consistent either. That's the other thing. If you want consistency, you got to measure. Ooh, what is it? What is it though, Dave? Baroness von Sketch is a Canadian. Oh, is a Canadian comedy troupe. Yeah, I probably don't. Are they available though, like on Netflix or anything? So I do put my white when I'm going to do what I'm about to do here. Okay, let's do that. I do put my white on my palette. I do the white ink. Okay, and the reason that I do is because I need to stretch it. So I'm going to put it over here, right? And I need to pull it in order to get this particular thing to do what I want it to do. And I need a little bit of moisture from the wet palette to keep it from drying out too quickly. So we're going to turn him upside down. He is standing like so. So you can kind of see where the light is coming from because he's standing on that toe as he's taking a step. So the light is, in our case, the glow from the Mars, which is what we're going to put him on. I always wet my brushes. Ooh, they're on YouTube. Maybe I'll take a look at that. Before putting the brushes in paint or in ink or in anything, always, I will continue to repeat that, wet your brush, because if you don't, the paint and the ink soak up into the top of the bristles and near the ferrule and ruin your brushes. So first I'm going to wet the brush, then I'm going to dry it off on the paper towel, and then I'm going to put it in the white ink, and I'm going to pull it up on the palette like that. And what that does is that thins it out, so I don't get a whole bunch wicked up into the brush. I just pull a little bit out, and then I kind of dance it off the end of the brush like that, so it's thin, and then I go onto the paper towel and take the excess off. Now I wear black gloves so I can test how much is coming off the brush. And I want to get a certain amount. You kind of learn your different brushes. And then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to use this to make sure that we've got all the areas nice and white that we want nice and white. I'm going to brush upward on his wrinkles of his clothing. I am going to do this more than once. Okay. So I'm brushing this way on his wrinkles so that we don't get it into the wrinkle in the wrong direction. And this way on his pack. And this way on his backpack. And what that'll do is put the light in the right direction on his backpack. I will do this twice. We're going to do this on the sides of the backpack. We're going the direction the light is. Now, once you're kind of over brushing like this, you could just pick it up off the palette and very lightly going the opposite direction. Want to kind of get in there, like you'll notice that I got a little dark, but we'll just kind of correct that. A little bit of white like that. There we go. So you kind of got the idea. Now, I want to get the suit white in here, but it's a little bit, there's a little more shadow as we come up, but we do want to pick out a few areas. So I want to dry it off a little bit. Ink is the best to dry brush with. It doesn't leave as much residual, I think. You want to touch really lightly. We want to go the direction the light is going.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
What was that? Thank you for that follow. Oh, that's a long one. Can you phonetic that for me? We're going the direction the light's going. Now, he's kind of big, and maybe we wouldn't be getting to, but think about this, right? The ground is glowing, okay? Not just right under his balls, okay? So we're gonna get that light going this way, right? So you get this effect there. I'm gonna come back in for a little bit more. Notice it's really spread out on the palette. That's a very thin layer. The cake is odd. Okay. And then now this part is a little bit touchier because you want shadow all up in here, right? But you also want to get your glow. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here real soft like. I'll make sure we don't have too much on there. Really light. And we're going to come in here and we want to go the opposite, like away from the striations, right? So you can get those. Being careful not to stab into the wrinkles with the brush, right? So you can kind of get those wrinkles standing out, right? And just go if the wrinkles go right and left, then you go forward and backward. If the wrinkles go forward and backward, you go right and left. So you go the opposite direction. Notice the hose. And then we're gonna do a little dry brushing on that hose. Get that brush nice and dried off and there. That's just to show the pattern of the hose. We are not actually gonna like make it that bright on top necessarily, but we're gonna show the pattern of it. We do want to get like the edge of that, right? Just a little bit of glow. When we're all done, we're just, there's just gonna be a little bit of glow because the glow is all around him. So we do want to get a little bit of that highlight in all the right places. There, now see how that looks when you look at his pack now? You got that wrinkles go. Okay, now we're gonna do this more than once. Okay. Once we let that ink, little extra ink off there, see how the wrinkles are starting to come out? So you want that because you want to be able to find your way through this. Black and white is not necessarily terribly easy. I fail at it a lot. So let's hope that today, I come through strong. It's been a minute since I've done black and white, and generally my black and white was on canvas. Now, a way to make this work for you, this is all going to depend on how much time you want to spend, okay? If you don't want to spend a lot of time and you're just not down for it, okay, go for washes. Okay, just go for washes. Now, what we're going to do is we are in a warm environment on Mars. So we are not going to go with blue in our white. We are going to go, I'm feeling the Agrax shade as the glaze in this instance. Let me get it out on the palette. Yes. Especially since we don't have to do any skin on him, Okay, so The Agrax shade is going to be our friend. And the first thing that we're going to do is grab a brush. We want a fairly decent sized brush. I think maybe a 4 or a 6. We're gonna, now, again, with my shades, I have a bad luck leaving the pots open, you guys. So I try to, in fact, I don't think I got enough out from underneath here. Hang on. I do not believe that I got. Okay, we'll put a couple of extras of those in there. So this with the aggro, I mean, I just inevitably, Studio J gave me this really cool little holder because I'm always spilling my my washes, and it was such a sweet gift, and I turned around and yeah. Okay. Now we're going to give him a wash, okay? Glaze wash in these areas where we're going to be having these shadows happening. And I'm going to use a size 4 for this, thinking, you know, that that's going to be an all right deal. I'm going to get some of the wash and put it onto the palette here, and you can see that. Okay, great. And we're going to go into the darker areas with it right now, and we're going to pull out from those darker areas, okay, and just kind of come along, and we're really just kind of sketching out, right, the area that you're going to have really be dark, where, you know, right now as you look at it, you are seeing those shadows. Okay, see them coming out. I didn't even have to thin this. See all those little wrinkles? Right? It's not very much. What you're doing is you're just kind of sketching this out. You're getting a feel for it as you're putting in your colors. Remember, we're in a warm environment, so we're going to go with really warm tones on him. We can just run right down this hose. Do that again on the other side. Now we're on the top. As we come down to the front, we'll want to thin that out a little. Actually, I just stick my brush in water and then go back up. So the back side is lighter and the front side is darker. When I get to the part where I'm lightening it up, I just put a little water on the brush because I've already put it in the glaze or wash. We're going to hit all these areas that things come together, remembering that what we have going on is going to be intense light. Oh, thank you, AJ. Thank you. So I love, yeah, the sketching part is a lot of fun. It goes quickly. And if you allow yourself the freedom to just kind of remember where your light's coming from and just sort of get your colors on, get your fucking color on. Right now we're using it as a wash. Later we'll be using it as a glaze. Now we're gonna use this, we're tinting, okay? Sketching and tinting. So we wanna come and get some of this nice warm color that's coming from Mars, and we want to get it in all the good places because he's got it like all around him. He's standing on the ground and he's got this all around him. So we want to really get in here and warm up the shadows. We might need a little bit of cool in a few places just to establish some real depth, but we'll worry about that color when we come to it. Right now, we just work in the warmth. And again, this is the Agrax shade. Anything that we glaze in over all of this is gonna be having a little bit of warmth in the background. On the top, we're gonna thin it. And you see how it just starts to bring out all the little areas that you need to really get some shadow in. Now, one thing you want to pay attention for when you're applying a wash to anything, some people don't even use them. I use washes as glazes and as washes both, but you want to be careful that you do not allow it to pool anywhere too much, not too much. So watch your pooling and make sure to pick it up with your brush. The way to pick it up is to dry the brush off really quickly on the paper towel, and then you just come in and you wick it with the brush. Hello, up amazing. How are you doing? Okay. Now it starts to also, at the same time, we're going to start to turn gray here. You'll notice a gray hue because I chose Agrax shade because it actually does have some pretty respectable graying in it. And I'm going to grab some of the areas that are sides and some of the areas that are with the just dragging that brush through a little few recesses. Yep, like that. Okay. Now we're getting closer to the light where he's standing on the light. And as we do that, I got to kind of isolate the wrinkles a little bit more. So I'm not just washing it everywhere. Okay. In this case, we are coming in here and there's going to end up being orange in here. And I lightened it up. Okay. I way lightened it up. Notice that? And I am paying attention that when I do this, that I am catching the side of the wrinkle that is away from the light. So you don't want to catch where the light is catching. You want to catch in the recess.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Now the nice thing is, remember I said we were coming back with that white again, and we most certainly are. Ash, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. We are doing a study in black and white here. We are doing a warm tones. And this is a black and white, a study in black and white on Mars that we are doing today. Thank you so much for joining us. And anybody else out there that gave a follow that I may have missed. All right, now it starts to dry. Now we have some pretty intense lights, so let's not be too judgmental about our edges. You just want to kind of dry that brush off and smooth those into a blend right around as we come around to the front. Okay, and thin it out a little bit. But now notice where we are at. So do you see how it looks like he's wearing white? Because we are using soft tones in the shadows of a white. We're just taking and adding very soft shadows. Now we're going to need a little more right across here because that's the way he's got his leg positioned. But then we want to dry that brush off, and then I'm just going to like pull that and then dry that brush off again, and so that you get that gradient. There's going to be some areas that you need to get with a little bit more. There you go. Hey, for anybody who's interested, our very first ship newsletter is made public. You guys just shout out the links in the channel and you can go read our very first ship newsletter. It is quite entertaining. We had a lot go on. It is not terribly long. It's written very well by a professional even. Okay. Yeah. You want to get all these little all these little areas that are the lines that are here. You'll be surprised that when you add those lines, how much it makes everything else. Just these little striations, how it makes everything make so much more sense when you start putting them in there. I actually really like this model and may ultimately end up ordering another one. I just like the way that this particular one is made. Okay. Now we've got the legs. Notice the legs. Okay. Notice how bloopy it looks. See how bloopy it looks? That's what you want, because that's the way the model is designed, is bloopy. Oh, well, I'm using it kind of as a glaze in a way. Right now I'm sketching. But if you have any questions about it, I will be happy to help you. I do not like washes in the sense of, just let's slob the wash all over everything. Every now and then I like to do it as a filter, but more so I like to use washes as a glazing into shadows. I kind of washed in here. I actually used it as a wash where I just put a very heavy coat of it in there. Okay. So I washed into the shadows and then I pull out of the shadows from that. It's almost like a well of paint. Now we're going to come get the wrinkles on his gloves. Is there anything I can answer for you? I will be more. It is Technical Tuesday, and we are used to lots of questions on Technical Tuesday. Not only will I answer, but you can even get very, very variable answers from different people and different opinions in here today. Want to go back through? We want to find some of those wrinkle lines, maybe that we need to deepen, maybe that you missed. We want to add a little thin layer here so that we get a little bit more variable on the thing around his waist. Notice notice how nicely that hose came out. Now, when we go over the hose the next time, we'll come in glazing. So you're going to glaze the shadows in at full strength again on the hose till you get to the front like that. Again on this side. Till we get to the front where it starts to dip down, and then we don't want to get as much. We want to kind of lighten up our stroke. Okay, same thing. Now you're going to use a diluted version on the back. You want to thin it with a little water. Probably right here behind the arm. That'll be a strong point because there's a shadow there, and you want to get around where it touches the arm with a nice shadow. See how it's got that? Oh, sorry guys. I know, and it's not working. I got it. Sorry. I was saying when you come to the arm, right? Two items touching.
Stay on target.
You want to get a nice shadow there, right here. Two items coming together. Lighten it up. Reduce the water, the distilled water. When you come up here to the top, you can darken it up a little bit. And then we're going to come in right here. Oh my gosh. Hello. I have been thinking about you. I just keep wanting to get into your stream and never making it. How are you, Jan? Okay, now as we come to the back here, I get a shout out for Jan, Dave. Ladies and gentlemen, Genuine Vision in the house. What is up? Oh my gosh, long time no see. Keep seeing you on. My hands are full. I can't make it. I feel so bad. Sometimes I put you on the background and just lurk to get a fix. Oh, thank you, Dave. Apparently, I'm the slow one. Jan? Oh, Dio? Hey, Nate. Hey. Sorry, you know me on a Tuesday, just cooking. Cooking with fire, guys. Cooking with fire. All right. So now we've got a lot of these deep recesses. You can come in here with the tip of the brush and get some more, because we're going to come back with yet another layer of the white, and it's going to make all this area pop big time. All this that we're doing. We do want to kind of get in here in the armpit, making sure, because he's got a belt that's kind of covering that armpit, so you do kind of want to get in there and make sure you get it nice and dark, because, you know, there really is no light there. Also, maybe right in here behind his equipment on his chest. It's all good. This is good to hear. This is good to hear, Jan. It's good to hear. How's that little pup of yours? And that absolutely sensationally wonderful woman. Okay, then we're going to come in here in some areas where we've got a lot of dark going on. And hit it again. Because you know that, like, behind him is going to be deeper. In these recesses right up by the collar is going to be deeper. Behind the collar. These areas really aren't getting much light. So we want to really deepen them up because we are going for a very intense light effect. And the light is coming from the bottom. So what is up today, Jan? What do I owe this auspicious occasion? Would it be the time of day that I am streaming? This is an unusual time. We have changed our hours on Tuesdays so that I could have Tuesday evening off. Last Tuesday, I had time to go grill a steak. It was amazing. Okay, we're coming back in for the pack now, guys. We're going to hit those areas that we know are really dark, got some good shadows. Give them a real good, dark little glaze. Trying to keep the lines a little bit tighter. Some of them, we actually have to fill in some areas that we might have missed, right? Remembering light coming from the bottom, so we want to keep our colors above that, as in like on the opposite side of the light. You can see where it goes in and where it comes out when you're looking at it. Sometimes holding it upside down really helps. Oh, yes. Okay. Well, yeah, you know, actually, it was a big request. A lot of folks were asking if I would consider maybe doing a stream in this time slot because they were in the UK and they always end up getting me at the end of the day when they're so tired. So I decided to give it a try, and I really needed an evening off, so it worked out really good. It gives me the evening off, and I actually don't have an evening off during the week, interestingly enough. So it has worked out really well for me. And the dog likes it too. There's an evening off. We play ball. So this is just kind of sketching, you guys, following their lines, right? They've got lines here for us. So we can follow these lines with these shadows and dip these shadows into the areas that they've got already conveniently put there for us. And once we get a second layer and we've gone around a second time, we're going to go back for the white. Let's just make sure we hit everything we need to hit with a lot of that dark, that little bit of glazing, those shadows. And you see how it's just looking all wrinkly, right? Notice how around here where we added that gray, it kind of has that warm black appeal to it, right? That's good because we're sticking, the warm is working, and we want to stay with that since, you know, we're on Mars, so we want to stay with that warmth. And we've got a little glove on here we've got to tend to. Now, when you get to something really little like the hands, you can kind of come back with a white to fix your, correct your highlights. It's oftentimes hard to get shadows in really tiny places. So we're going to put a little bit of this in all the little shadowy places of his hand. And we'll come back with some white actually to correct it. And of course, going inside the flag. Now what we can do with the flag is we can actually change up the color by adding a little Nuln Oil. Well, Dio, they asked me to paint the captain's big red M. So that was the very first thing that was put out there. And I thought, oh, okay, I guess we can do that. But of course, that will be after I get the flag all developed. Then I would probably sketch the M in after we get these first shadows going. I do have to bring up Mad Love's belt buckle. Where is my little pipelet? Well, here's one. Is that food? Oh. No, I just thought maybe you had something. So we're gonna take a little Nuln Oil. All right. And we're gonna put it into the mix here. So we're gonna make it darker with a little more gray. Both Zephyrius. I used both. Do you have the model, Zephyrius? You need a breakdown, love. Gotta go right up in the dark area, right? Oh, not yet. Are you getting it? And did you use the captain's link? Gotta use the captain's link. We need you guys to use the captain's link. So, if you guys, there's still time to get this. So this whole thing is going through June, I think, you guys. There's plenty of times. Okay. So first of all, mark this date and this VOD so that you know where to find it, because I actually primed it on screen. I did. As in I was in my airbrush booth priming this before we started. And it'll be on YouTube, Zephyrius. If you just mark this day, it'll also be marked Mutha Lovin Paint Party. Okay. So I primed him white. And after I primed him white, I then used gray primer, and I added about 3 drops of black ink to gray primer. And then I mixed it so that I got, so the black ink that I have is a little bit on the warm side. And so that way I got a much deeper gray. I don't have a deep gray primer. I usually mix black in my gray primer to get deep gray. So I put a little bit of ink into the gray primer. And then what I did is I went over it and primed all of the areas that were shadows with that dark gray. Now we're going over with the glazes. I'm kind of changing up the color of the flag, so it's a little bit cooler gray because of the colors that I've used for the shadows on it. Plain water, plain wet brush. This is working with white. Okay, when I work with white, this is how I bring you shadows. Just a damp brush, right? Just a damp, see where that line is, right? Just a damp brush, and I pull into the shadow. Okay? So we can kind of keep this area here white. There. Okay? And then we'll need to come in here and, of course, get, you know, there's some wrinkles in here that are developing in that dark area. Out here, we've got to let this dry before we can come in with the extra area of shadow. I'm going to pull some of this off. I want to make sure I keep enough for a scrubby brush. Works really good for that. Also kind of nice that washes dry rather quickly. So using them comes in really handy. There we go. Now we're going to come back with it, and we're going to go over the areas that are farther away from the light. Deeper recesses. Right? And get those shadows built up. Wet brush. It's a very small amount of the wash. This is where it's kind of thinned. So I'm getting into the area that's closer to the light. But I do kind of want to get these little rips and tears and things. There. I'm going to try not to let anything pool. If you see it pooling, it's oftentimes asking for trouble. The other thing I want to do is make sure that I've got areas that are, the lines are obvious. The little lines that make the striations and the wrinkles. This is what's going to create movement for us. So I'll use a very tip of the brush. And kind of deepen up those areas where they've got the little folds with the glaze. And you know, if you guys get in the mood where you want me to do this one again, and we still have time to order it, and I suppose I could spring for another one, or we could put up a dono goal for that. Totally. Okay, you see how that works? So what I did is I just went back over these areas that have these lines. So can you see how that just kind of looks like a dirty old flag now? Now we got to do that to the back, but the back has a lot of purple bronze or red, purple or red, purple or red. Purple, red, magenta. Of course, black. Black must be in everything. In fact, I'm kind of shocked right now I'm not even working with a black. Coming in here again for those striations. Sometimes just laying the brush down and using it on its side is a good way to get what you want out of it. I do. I like to paint red. I don't get to paint enough red. I don't paint enough red. Oh, you want to see something really cool? I did a tutorial. Oh, you guys. So I totally did a tutorial for your Patreon to and for some reason it recorded, and then partway through it quit using the voice. Yeah, the sound went out on it. Check it. Hold on. Was a tutorial in blending. So I could show you guys how to get smooth gradients. It was like pretty simple. Look how smooth they are. Check it, check it. Look, I'm gonna get right up in your face. Look at this. Oh, nailed that. I was so proud of myself. Thank you, Hate. I was so proud of myself. But what happened was, so we were supposed to do thank you, Nebula. Hello, Nebula. Yes, check it. Check it before you wreck it. So, I was going to be live for 2 hours with the Patreons to show them this blending. The system did not work. It crashed. And so I thought, well, fuck it. Does the recorder work? And will it record? And Geek's like, yeah. And I said, okay, well, just turn that on, and then I'll do this until we open it up for the late night, right? So I did that, and I talked it all out. And, oh, man, you guys, like, seriously, our videographer, that was almost seamless. And I was like, yes, I nailed that, right? I felt so good about myself. Going to give something really cool to the Patreons. And then Geek went to upload it, to send it to our videographer, and it went blah, 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 Captain, and then nothing. There's no words. And I'm like, shit. So that was a thing that just happened. It was I'm telling you, tech has been a killer lately. Thank you, AJ. I felt, thank you very much, Bronze. Yeah, I really felt good about this. Here's another one. We did this one on our last green. It was a tutorial on green skin that we did live with the Patreons. But we're not done with this guy. So this side is really close to done. This side is not, and his mane and his horn are not done at all. But it was about, you know, smooth. And he hangs out on my desk. So that was just about, you know, getting it smooth. I've got this guy here that's got like a whole bunch of colors. Working all the different colors. And the only one that actually came out the way I wanted it was the orange. Oh no, the yellow kind of came out the way I wanted it. Oh, Chris, thank you and welcome. I am telling you what, Slade, I am ready to just, I don't even know. I'm serious. Geek actually got up the other day and just had to walk away from his computer and just be like, I don't know you. And he stayed clear of it for like 3 days. It was so bad. Looks like he ate too many Skittles. Right? Scooter. He's got the glowy bum. We're doing the glowy bum, see? It will be glowy. Everybody wanted him to have a glowy bum, so we're doing a glowy bum. But it's funny because only his butt is green, and like his feet. Oh, he's got blue paint on his foot right there. No, only his feet and his hands and his face are all chocolate, but his bum is green. He has a magic bum bum. Oh, thank you, Art. Yeah, this one, thank you very, very much, Bronze. This one here, I was very happy. We didn't get to the other colors yet. And then his belly just had to be just like this. I had to get it right so that it went down, you know. And this leg, I was pretty happy with this leg. It's doing kind of what I want it to do. This leg was not cooperating with me very well, but it's the one that's gonna have some OSL on it. And then for some reason, I didn't finish the green. So the green is just kind of sketched in. Yeah, you'll notice it's just dark and light, sort of. He's got Shrek booty. He does have a Shrek booty, Bronze. Yeah. Oh, so that's where you tracked me down then, Chris, was on Facebook? You saw that it was posted? Well, that's good to know. At least I know that Facebook is out there kind of working for me. All right, so we're back with the white again, you guys. Now, what we want to do with this white, right, is we want to verify that we didn't cover anything too much that we might need that glow on. So you want to keep that in mind. Hang on just a second, guys. Got to check the black box. So, we're gonna go. The direction of the light is going up the leg, right? We want to make sure we don't have too much white on that, and we want to make sure that we just kind of hit those areas again, so we don't lose our heavy contrast. So this is the white ink very lightly. I'm making sure I see that's too much. Notice the difference in that and that, right? So that's too much, right? There you go. See how that is? You want like very little on there, but not like a dry brush where you take it all off. And what this is going to do is areas that you went over and into little recesses, right? This is going to help you pick back out some of the areas that you need to lift a little glow coming around corners. And like coming up the body here, we're coming up the body because this light is coming from the ground. Remember now, he's standing on the Mars. Standing on the Mars. This is parallel to the ground, so we want to get a nice little coverage there. We probably have too many wrinkles actually showing up there. We want to get these hoses. I'm going to take a very thinned with ink to take some white paint. The paint that I am using right now for this, now I have one I prefer, but I'm going to try the Reaper and hope that it does not give me any. We want to get the pigment a little heavier than the ink can handle. Okay, we want more white.
Sometimes you gotta leave the past behind just to find out where you're going.
I'm gonna use the side of the brush. That's oftentimes referred to as overbrushing. Once the brush dries out a little, I'll hit some different angles. So coming in from the sides. Want to get these hoses a little bit. Let's grab that elbow while we're here. Now we're going to use a smaller brush, wetting before we get it in the paint. Add a little bit of that ink. Dry that baby out. Now before, when you're doing this, so you do wet the brush first, but don't go directly to the paint. Wet the brush, then dry the brush on the paper towel. Okay, then go for your paint. And if you can get the paint on your brush like this, like stabby, 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 it's better than, you know, dragging it through the paint when you're doing this. Reason is because you're keeping the paint at the front of the brush rather than up in the belly. Hello, Creepy. Hello, more wolves. More wet. There we go. Your name is black. I can hardly see it. How are you? So we're using a smaller brush now so we can come in here and a little bit more pigment. We're going to get a little front glow on this guy. So I'm kind of dragging the brush sideways, but still using a fluffy brush. Notice? Did you see that happen? Right? Right there. And did you see how much white that just developed? There. Here. I'm going to blow this area right here on the hand. Right? We really want a soft touch when you come in here and you get this. You want to use the brush straight up and down. That's why I'm using a flat. I want to try not to get into any of those really nice shadows that we've developed. I'm trying to stay out of them for the most part. Hit that elbow again. Back of that arm again. So that's the one that's facing the ground right here. That's close to the ground. Brush starts to dry out, you could do a little dry brushing. That way you can put it on there real quickly, and we can get those areas really sparking. I'm using the side of the brush so that it doesn't get in my recesses, and I'm kind of like, I'm laying it down and I'm just using the paint that's on the side of it so that it doesn't get in my recesses, so I can get those really nice wrinkles like that. Okay, we'll do that again. I'm gonna do it for his butt. Okay, I think we got it now. We're gonna touch up the face area to give intensity, right? This brush gives off more paint. We also have more pigment, so we wanna make sure that the amount that we're going for, so always start in an area where you know it's gonna be all right. There, and we're gonna make this area pop. I'm going to get a little bit right here just to add those wrinkles, and a little bit right here because it's on the ground. And then what I'm also going to do is I'm going to hit these hoses really lightly so I can make these striations in these hoses stand out better because they're so cool. A little less on the front, a little more on the back. That area faces the ground. That area faces the ground. All right. Okay, now we want to get in here with a little more depth, and we're going to want to fine-tune our highlights. Fine-tuning our highlights will require a little overbrushing, which I tend to do a lot of. Some people don't want to have any part of that. Flat brush. I need a flat brush for that, okay? So we can come in with a... Definitely want to watch your water in your in your brush, like if there's any moisture in the back of the brush, okay? a very, very small amount of white paint using the side of the brush, and I drag over the areas that I want the highlight to be really strong. Always trying to go a different direction than the wrinkle or the striation. If you use the side of the brush and very little water, and you pat the areas, you can get away without getting too much in the recesses. And also it does really give kind of a cool, bit of an old look to it. Okay. Okay. Get those edges really good. I use the side of the brush of a flat and I slide it along the edges for some of my edge highlighting. Darkening up the areas around the skull and inside his space helmet. Getting a little bit more depth in the bones before we come back with another little bit of white, which will make that pop. We've got to get that kind of, you know, it's broken glass. We got to get it kind of crunchy looking, and the way that I'm gonna do that is by adding shadows into all the breaks, and then we'll come back and we'll hit it again with the white, and it'll really help out. Also, if you get around these little nuts on his head there, if you will, it'll give a little depth. We also have a couple of these little lines that we can hit. Wait a minute. Wow. If I can draw a line this morning. Okay, that's gonna really add volume to the skull. Oh, thank you so much for joining us, Raven Roost. Thank you very, very much. I really do appreciate it. We're making great progress here. We do have to work on his hand here a little bit. Come in for thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure to see you again. Did you get a chance to shout everything out in the channel, my dear? Please, please, before you go, make sure that you shout out for everybody your information so they know where to find you. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I really do like to work in black and white. I actually really enjoy black and white and then glazing over, which is kind of what we're going to be doing here in the end. So right now we're just kind of deepening up these areas for the flag that are the shadows up at the top, so we can get a little bit more volume from that. The more volume we get from these shadows, then the more it's going to pop once we get all of the highlights and everything in it. Maybe I'll order another one and we'll do the next one in actually the sketch style of black and white. That's just a wet brush. Okay. And on the inside's looking pretty good. We need to get some of the darker wash here. That's just a little Nuln Oil. I'm gonna hold it like this. I'm gonna lay it in there on its side, and I'm really going to just kind of release the paint from the side of the brush so it kind of smoothes itself out, and then I'm gonna go in there and rinse that brush off, and just a wet brush, and then I'll just kind of pull down from that into the shadows, and that'll create a gradient. There, see? A little bit more, rinse it off. Dry it a little bit on the paper towel, a little bit more gradient. So you see? I'm going up in the flag, getting darker. Now I'll probably have to go back in there for those wrinkles that have the little loop at the end when I'm using the regular paint. I'm gonna take an get in between these fingers and around his grip with a little bit of Nuln Oil to create a nice dark shadow in between the fingers and at the grip line. I will come back in with a little bit of white. Hey Nova Munda, we are painting Kosmo. He is from the Mutha Lovin Paint Party. You can put exclamation point links in the channel. Okay, Wavy, see you later. There you go, you did it. Yeah, and if you click on, hold on a minute, the link tree, Monument Hobbies will be in there. And Monument Hobbies has this available. You can go in there and you can get you one still. We're doing the Mutha Lovin Paint Party into June. If you're interested in getting one, my Cosmos is on Mars. Welcome in, by the way. Don't believe I recognize your name. Nice to see. It's always nice to see a new face. Okay guys, now we are on to the part where we actually come in and start painting the really deep shadows, and we gotta build up some more on here, but basically the glaze, of course, you know, for the orange is going to be the last thing that we want to put on, because we want that orange to fall into the shadows, and we want that orange to be on the highlights. So now we start building the intensity of it with the black and the white and actually using gray. So at this point we will put some white and some black. I mix my grays. If you guys, I like the consistency. It is nice to see you in here, Novamunda. Thank you. I like to mix my grays because the gray that I'm using is from the black and the white that I'm using, so I get some consistency. However, if you do not like to mix your grays and you prefer for it to be pre-mixed, then you just go right ahead and do that. I find for me personally that is a little bit simpler if I am just using a black and white mixture. I mean a black and a white. Now I wonder, let me make sure this doesn't, that the nightshade does not make lavender, because it might be. Oh, I appreciate that compliment, Novamunda. No, but it's definitely cold. So just to let you know, if you ever want to mix a really nice, cool gray, that Nightshade Purple by Reaper, that's a color that you need at your desk. Need. Okay, let's see then. So that would be the traditional black. That's not a black. They were together at one time because we were compelling them. Or the traditional black got left in the bucket. There she is. Yeah, we are actually doing a study in black and white, but our guy is on Mars. So when we are done doing this black and white, we are going to glaze some very vibrant vermilion. Let me see about that color. We're actually going to use ink and we are going to thin it. This color. We're going to thin it and create a glaze that comes up from the ground going up his body. So right now we are going to I'm going to go into the medium areas of shadow with a medium gray. I'm going to lighten it up over on the palette over here and use the lighter gray. I have thinned it so that you are able to see the warm color coming through it. But what this is going to do is give it more of a gray than a brown look. But still keeping our white color. But what you will notice is that the shadows will kind of start to become muted. A little bit. What it's going to do is add a wee bit. Now, mind you, I could have just used black and white, but truth is that by adding the variation of a little bit of warmth, we are going to get a much better variation. If you are instructed at some point going into a challenge perhaps, and you are going to use black and white, I highly recommend using a warm black. Sometimes the cooler colors are just a wee bit more difficult to work with. Ooh, that's really black. Now what we don't want is really black. for some reason, there's a little something about a little warmth that gives a little depth when you're trying to figure things out. And that warmth helps you. Now, cool colors are fun to work with too. There's something about a brown, though, that is almost like it's your friend. There's something about working in sepias and browns that I think your eye really understands. I'm going to grab a few of these. Those are my gradients. I will use them for feathering and blending as we work the shadows up into white itself. I will use it in the areas where it's very high. Now, mind you, these little wrinkles will all have a very vermilion hue to them. So getting the highlights on them is important to me so that I get a really good glow happening. These areas I'm trying to make sure I keep remembering, because keep reminding yourself the ground is where the light is coming from, and sometimes that doesn't make any sense to your mind. It's the next thing you know, you're painting something with a highlight that shouldn't have it because you're used to doing it the other direction. Keep reminding. Hello, 40K. How are you doing, mate? How are things with you? We are painting our monument hobby, Cosmos. Oh, and for anybody who wants to get him too, I forgot to mention, you know, if you use Captain Madlove code, you guys can save 5% on your order. And there's definitely still time to do it because we're doing this through June. Right now, I'm just getting the highlights built up. Underglow, basically the underglow. Oh, that's gonna feel so much better though. 40K, I had all 4 of mine removed on the same day. We're working on the white highlights, or the white underglow, because we're going to be coming in here with some vermilion glazing. And so we're creating the strength right now so that the glaze has something in which to rely on. I use the side of my brush a lot to create some of the highlights on some striations, because it's easier than using the tip. You can get a finer area covered. Works out pretty good. It does depend, of course, on the paint that you are using. Some paints that are really watery won't put up with that much. Yeah, they are. I don't even know what they're for. I have to agree with that trader. So we want to get a little bit of this strength and highlighting here, so we get our little glow popping. Don't want that. Now, if you end up with a little bit much somewhere, now my teachers tell me don't touch it. Just don't touch it. So you'll see me touch it. I'm gonna recommend that you try to learn not to. Yeah, they don't like it when they see me touch the mini. They're like, don't touch it. But you know, finger painting, guys. Okay, so see, just using the side of the brush to kind of get some of that strength built into the into our highlights, and also the tip of the brush. We're there's a little bit of edge highlighting involved, just in some areas that we kind of want to get a little bit more expression. Okay. Some areas I'm going to go in for little highlights that are just gonna pop. We just want to get a few of these little things here and there that are really gonna, now mind you, we're still on the underglow, so we will have to come back in here. Now also, it really does depend on what your feelings are on, you know, where you want to be with it. Okay, there could come a point here where I'm working on this and you're like, okay, I'm already done with mine, and you know what, that's perfectly fine. Everybody has a different vision. I don't expect you to hold to mine. Is there anybody painting today, or is everybody working? That's the edge of the brush there. Notice how that works. Doing graphic artist, Niman? Welcome aboard. We welcome all the arts here. Did I get that right? Okay. All of the arts are welcome. We love them all. We actually have a place in our channel where you can share your art in our Discord. You also may share it in the channel today. On Tuesdays, you are welcome to share it. And if you have an Instagram that you'd like to share with people to go follow. So far, everybody's been really respectful. We haven't been overwhelmed. I mean, you know, the occasional bot that wants to make me famous. And you know what I hate about that guy? He never sticks to what he says he's going to do. You know, he tells me that, and he's just full of shit. And that's the story on that. The bots are a lie. So what I am doing is coming in here just and very, very lightly, I'm picking out a few little areas where we can have a little bit of underglow, where it won't take away too bad from our shadow. In fact, if anything, it'll kind of add to the whole effect. So that's just a little bit up in there to get a little glow moving around. Oh, thank you. This is Kosmo. Kosmo is a monument hobby. He's a chimpanzee. I want to make sure that his little area in his face kind of gets that really good glow that we want. Stays nice and white along the edges. Now we got to bring a dry brush in, or a drier brush, in order to get the helmet that we had taken the white to. Creepy kangaroo. Did I miss you earlier? I think I said your name. It's so nice to have you in here, Creepy. What is up with you? Okay, that keeps the really good volume on his face, which is really important to me. I want to make sure that face pops out, you know, so you can see what it is. The other thing we're going to do is come back for the crackle, the cracked glass on his helmet, a piece, to make sure that stands out really good. And the line, these lines here, because even though we added that white in there, I want to make sure that we keep a very strong presence of this area being part of what pops out. So we got to get those cracks. Yes, we do. Yeah, that works. So the Null Oil's a real good, it's actually not too cold to use in the fine lines and recesses. It works out for some of the darker areas without actually having to use black. Now what I am going to do, just to get a few areas, I want to get a few areas with like some really intense shadows. In doing that, I got to be careful. I don't want to take over the whole idea. But what will look good is the back of this pack. Shadowed. See how that makes his helmet stand out? Hey, Snack Punch. Oh, did it? Well, Snack Punch, sometimes it does that. Now, one thing you can do to warm up a black is use Agrax shade to thin it. So say you have a black and you know you want it to be a little bit more bold, but you don't want it to be cold. Okay? You just take a little bit of that black, and instead of thinning it with water or distilled water, yeah, thin it with Agrax shade. I'm going to come in here and strengthen up some of these lines. Okay. Hang on just a minute. That one got a wee bit excited. Sorry, guys. Dave's gonna get me now.
I left my doubts when I was swept by the ocean, and every pulse from the tide was a finish line. A wave race we were made to ride. You and I were first in line, and we took the
I gotta get that just right on that one. In front of his belly there. Oh, I have a D Live. Are you coming in from D Live? Okay, one of the things we're gonna have to do on this body here, this we're gonna have to fix that part. He's got like some striations that are maybe age or something in it, but the hang on. There we go. Let's just backtrack on that a little bit. I'm gonna scrub that out. He has it's like a fabric that needs expression right there. And so we're gonna come back for that. There we go. We'll just put that in there. There we go. It's like a tear. I don't want to lose that piece of detail. So we'll come back for that to work around it. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Tuesdays are difficult sometimes, Snack Punch, for me to get everything in chat, being as it's Technical Tuesday, so I'm doing a lot of technical. I apologize. If you want to re-shout it out again, I'll try to tune in on that. Yeah, it's Tuesdays are a little bit different than other days. It's more about trying to convey the paint than it is trying to keep up with the chat. Oh, so then there's the part about the dial. I really wanted to stick with just the black and the white, so in that case we probably just go with all right, so now we've got the black and the white happening pretty good. I think the face is working. I need a little bit more crack to the shield up here. A little bit more there. Get those cracks, really a strong expression on those. There we go. It's so nice to see you in here, 40K. And all you guys that came in from across the pond. I know it's getting to be dinner time for some of you now. There we go. So now we're getting more volume in all, if you can see that. Oh, thank you, Creepy. This is, and we're just sketching. I feel so good. Thank you, Creepy. Thank you very much. And we're going to take a little, a smaller brush that's softer, and we're going to come back in here with a little bit of white and reclaim that fabric that kind of got lost. We got to be careful laying the brush down on it very lightly helps. I really appreciate that, Creepy. So we are working in black and white today, but let me show you what it was that I was trying to capture. It's actually really hard to kind of see it from a distance. So let me, so you see that little bit of fabric there on the front, and you'll notice that everything is not super smooth, right? And how we're working in the colors in the different areas that are darker. You can see the little cracks in his helmet, but it kind of looks, you know, a little blotchy right now. So that's what I mean by sketching. Okay, I'm sketching that in. The back looks pretty darn good. Now's where the part where we come in with like a lot of the fine lines and things. So where the small wrinkles become more developed. I'll make sure I got the hand here. We did have a little bit of white going on there, so we might as well go ahead and grab this other hand. Mind you, the glow coming from the, hold on, this is up in the air. I got to make sure I get this right. His hand is like this, right? So we want to make sure that we get the light coming the right direction. So we're creating this, we're building this bit of underglow. So a little bit of the overbrushing with the white really helps. There we go. So you can get, whoop, put it there. That way the light on the hand is coming in the same direction as everything else. Probably use a little bit more right here. I don't like these. Oh, you know what I see? I don't particularly care for those indentations on this, but I did find something very interesting that I hadn't noticed about him. Is it on both arms? Huh. There's stripes on his suit. Okay, so now at this point, what we want to do is this is very vibrant, strong shadows. So, and we do kind of want to bring, even though it's vibrant, bring it together a little bit more. So what I do now is the part where I pick out the really strong shadows with a much darker color, okay? So like, for example, we've got this hose. So rather than this hose just being a blotchy shadow like that, what we wanna do is we wanna actually come in with the colors that we're gonna be using for the really, really dark shadow. And in this case, what does work really good is a little bit of black mixed with that Agrax shade. And we can come in here and we can get our shadows filled in, and they will be smooth because we are now laying on the paint that is the top coat. And this will really smooth it out. This will also give a lot more volume to what you're working on, because now you're starting to put, you know, it takes about 3 coats of paint in any one given area. I think, it's just my opinion, but I think right about the time you get to 3, you can start calling that good. I'm really not entirely happy until that 3rd one kind of gets in there. Now you see how much clearer this hose is coming in? And then we can drag some of these just around the edges. And you take that same color and come all the way up here where it connects to the pack and is in the back out of the light. And right in that area where that hose goes into something, yeah, you want to get a nice dark line on that, because that is going to have a dark line like that. These little areas that are recessed in the pack, you probably want to make those darker to get a little more shadow in them. see, it starts to make the pack develop a little more, right? And then the recesses where the arms are touching onto anything, I'm going to come in with this darker color and kind of get some of those creases that are in the back, right? Just a few to really deepen it up. Now we're using black and white. Everything he's wearing is black and white. I'm not trying to get too creative with it. I meaning color-wise. Well, we're going to get creative with it, but not necessarily with the color. Color. Now we want to kind of keep these deeper, darker shadows coming up towards the top, because remember, he is standing on Mars. And being as he's standing on Mars, he's got a real nice warm glow. And we want all the depth to be as we get to the top. So these areas that we have here, we're going to get some real deep shadows into these recesses, okay? Really deepening it up. Ew, Mars! Stinger, nobody asked you. We may have found Morty. We reached out to another distributor. And he thinks that he can get it for us. He's going to contact us later, but he thinks he can get it to us. He feels like, he said that what it had to do with was apparently something I didn't know. Just any GW distributor store is not the same as another. And depending on the volume that store puts out will depend on how fast they can get you something. The more volume they put out, the easier it is for them to get stuff that's really popular, because they get it first. Everybody else gets it second because they're not pushing as much. I just found this out the other day. So yeah, it looks like we will have a Morty in the family soon. All right, so here we are, just coming in here and hitting all these little dark areas, trying to get those little wrinkles. And mind you, this is darker up in here, so this will be more like black.
Blonde hair, blue eyes, that'll make you faint on sight. But she looks like trouble. Her lips so kissable and poisonous. I know she.
Yep. So as we get up in here, we really want to think about where that light is coming from and get these deep, 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 deep dark ones in these places so we can make this. So you'll notice that there's just like some really interesting little striations in him. One of the reasons that I wanted to paint this one is because it's so much more complicated than what you would think. I mean, it's like really super detailed. And when I saw it, I was like, oh man, look at all those little details. If I did that in black and white, it would just be epic. It would be a journey. So now I don't cover the whole shadow with this new dark color, but just part of it. As I'm coming in here, I'm not just doing the whole shadow. Just pieces. so that you get that nice little fade between the different shadow colors, okay? So you want to take the whole thing over with the new shadow color. Hope there's some folks out there painting along. Phew, I need another cup of coffee. This whole morning thing is a whole new experience for me. I mean, not that I don't get up in the morning. It's just that I'm not used to coming here in the morning. But as long as my UK guys, as long as all of you guys are really enjoying it, I am happy. You guys are happy. I am happy. Are you happy that I'm here earlier? Does this work for some of you? Genuine Vision popped in earlier. Does anybody know if he streams today? Right, yes. So, stop. Yeah, okay. So when you come in with that's a really good topic, AJ. Thank you. So when you guys come in with your new color, okay, so this is the color that we're doing fine lines with, and we're deepening the shadows. When you come in with it, okay, stop at what I can recommend to you is to try to stop at least the halfway point. So let's say you're doing a line like, let's get a dark line. So like here's a good line. This is a line coming around his butt here, right? So I'm going to come into this line here and connect these right, and then I'm going to stop right there at the halfway point. Like this one here, we're going to go, we'll get this dark color in here, and we'll come from the middle and we'll go this way. And then when we come around this way, we're just going to go like, and stop there and let those stay that color. Right? Get this guy here, but only go halfway around. And now we're putting tiny. This is little bitty areas that were gonna be darker shadows than other areas. Don't take it over. You're like, oh, I don't even know what the word would be. It's little, like sparkles. It's like little sparkles, little glints. Because different areas have different colors of shadow or different amounts of shadow, depth and whatnot. We're gonna really take a super light gray stroke down for the pants so that the pants have a shadow in them. This is the really, really dark shadow color, but I just kissed his pants with it so that you could just see it. Yes. You don't want to bring that deep. See how that deep part is staying in there? You want to, when you come out with your line, add a little water to your brush. Lighten your stroke. Lighten your stroke. And before you get excited and paint too much, step back and look at it and go, oh, how, like, okay, now let's just take a look at him for a minute, okay? Okay. Now, I haven't painted anywhere over here yet for the highlights, but we're just kind of looking at him, right? And he's coming around. Okay, look at that nice, strong shadow at his back, right? When we come to the side, we kept that really dark area all the way up in there, but we very gradually brought a little bit around there, but stopped it at the shoulder. So when you start we're bringing in these dark colors on the pack, right? But not getting too excited with it, right? Just picking out some of these. It's supposed to be lighter down here and darker up here. So pick out some of the dark areas and you go in with it. And we were working on this, some of the dark areas, a few down here. And then now, generally speaking, I'm working in black and white, so it's a little bit different. But generally speaking, I will work in most of my medium to highlight tones and then do shadows. When I'm working with black and white, I like to get into those shadows, because I mean, it kind of is the building the volume. So now what I'll do is I'll thin like a medium gray and come in here and get these areas. And you can actually use the Agrax shade to thin your gray. And then what I'll do is I'll come into these medium areas, right? And kind of glaze into the shadows a little bit. There, see? So I'm not getting too crazy, making all those really dark colors take over. A little medium gray in there, that's gonna help, right? Then I'll go for that white, because we're working for white. Working with white. And glaze some of that white in there while it's still wet. Get me a few of those highlights nice and developed, right? Don't want to take over with any particular color. There. There. See? I got some real crisp, dark colors. You are able to get into your darker gray, and you can soften up your shadows with just a little bit of gray. If it gets too exciting, you can completely soften up your shadows. Just back in some gray into there when you're working in black and white. It's one of the things I love about black and white. You know, you're only working with 2 colors, so yeah. You get a little bit more of that white crispy highlight going on. We're gonna do that, but notice how our gray is really developing. So now the gray that is in the shadows, and the brown, keeps it warm, but we're starting to develop that sense of it really being white now. Grungy white, yes, but now you can come in with your white and you really start to develop it more. You can use a glaze even and really get your white pumped up. So all the areas that you have that are highlights and underglows are going to just pop out really easily. All the areas that you have that are gray are going to glaze over, and you're going to get a lovely gray from that. So you end up building a really good palette of gray and still staying warm. And our Agrax shade is what I use to stay warm this time. You know, you can use different things. You can use a little bit of brown. You can use Seraphim is a really good one. When I get up here, I might want to just pick out a little bit there. Now you can see that it's just really coming out very, the object is super intense light. Okay. Now there's going to be a little bit less. The back is going to be pretty strong with it. And the bottom, of course, is going to be really strong with it. Because the bottom is facing right towards where the light's coming from. Let's get that fuzzy off of there. We don't need that guy. Did Luke leave us? You still out there, Luke? You painting and listening? Before I actually take paint off my brush with water, I will take it off my brush with the paper towel and see if I can get what I want that way. I think I heard a noise. Oh, it must be the music. It is the music. Okay. I think we could probably bring these down just a wee bit to match the others. There we go. Get a little bit of that depth right in here. Okay, now when I'm doing something that, you know, they're very, very small. So when I'm doing something that I really want to stand out, I will come in with a, it's not completely black, but very close. In this case, I decided not to use the nightshade because it's blue, but I do like the Nightshade by Reaper for this. Very, very fine. Make sure you guys are you guys, hang on. There you go. Very, very fine tipped brush. Again, I'm thinning with the Agrax shade to keep that warmth in it, but there's areas that I'm gonna find that I want the line to show up, and without that super dark pronunciation, we may not get it. So I will use black to get that. In this case, thinned with Agrax shade. I have to go in there with a little bit of gray. I got a little excited right there. Sometimes there's a little bit too much water in the belly of the brush, and I don't know if you ever noticed, like you go in, you think you got it, and then all of a sudden it ends up more like going everywhere, and that's the water in the belly of your brush. Brush load is very important. I actually haven't talked as much about it as I used to, and we should probably do a technical Tuesday on just brush load and paint consistency and things like that. I've been doing a lot of Warhammer on Tuesdays predominantly, so I don't see any reason why we can't do that. So it has like rips or striations in the pack, and I want those to show up, so I'm going to go in with these lines and catch those. Yes, the belly. The belly's the fat part. The belly, the ferrule, the tip, the belly, the ferrule, the handle. There, see how much better that looks, the little striations in there? So the belly of the brush is actually the thing that determines, like when you have one of the reasons that working with a brush that has a nice belly on it when your wet blending is good is because it carries more carrier and it carries more paint, so you can get more blending done. When you're trying to make a fine line, one does not want one with a big belly. because that ends up getting all over your lines and musses it up for you. Oh, thank you very much. So the texture comes from before we get excited with all of the blending. We use the glazing to, because we want to get that texture happening before, and we want to try to keep that, but smooth the areas that need to be smoothed, especially in this particular instance here. Now we're going to use a medium shadow, a little more brown in it, to come in here and pick out some of these areas. This part where you're picking out these areas, so keep your shadows in the recesses, the ones that you're wanting to stay deep. And this also gives you the opportunity to start developing higher volume and calm down some of the shadows that we might have got maybe just a little bit excited with. I really appreciate the compliments. I hope that everybody is taking something home from this, because really that's what it's all about. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Just realize that I'm a little slow on the uptake on Tuesdays in the chat, but I will check the chat a little more often. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Okay, so we're using the medium shadow right now. And the medium shadow over a dark shadow is just going to add some brown. To an existing shadow. It will deepen it, definitely will deepen it. Now over here on this arm, we need to, so we're going to get these, it's got stripes actually. And we're going to get these stripes. There's also wrinkles. And we'll get them nice and dark up by the hose. Okay? And then you're going to rinse your brush. And you're going to come in for that, just the plain Agrax shade. Overlap that and just bring the plain Agrax shade down. Okay? The Agrax shade, when it dries, is going to be way lighter than that dark color you're using. And then on these striations, take that Agrax shade, that secondary shadow, and drag it up into where you have the darker shadow. There's little lines there. A little bit of that dark, we're going to go right up underneath it here. Dry that brush off, and we're just going to kind of get a little bit more, and sideways, using the side of the brush up in there, right? Then just go for that Agrax and lay a layer of that over it, like it's a line. Right? There, see it? Right? That doesn't look too good, but rinse off your brush. Grab a little bit of your light gray, thin it. A little bit of your white, thin it. Keep the white out of the shadow. Bring that white up, and as you do, as you come up, like calligraphy, I don't know if anybody's ever taken it, lift. Drag and lift, and lifting as you go, and lifting as you go. On the areas that are really close to the ground, we might get a little bit more of that. That shadow right there is a catastrophe, because it's just like a big line. So coming in with some white and softening that, getting it, tighten it up towards the miniature. Don't leave blobby lines from your brush anywhere. It just doesn't, it's not going to help your miniature look clean. Fix in those highlights, see? But you see how I've followed the lines on the miniature with this? So if you look at the way the fabric is wrinkled, then we come in here, a lot of times using the side of the brush will bail you out of a bind. When we come in here, let's get some of that light gray, and I'll show you how we just fix. Oh, hey, Wavy. We're going to fix these shadows that are coming into the dark on the top, but also that come down into the light. We're just going to use a little bit of gray, right? And we're glazing over that brown. And I'll show you really close up so you guys can see how that color starts to really clean things up. Okay, it really does. And you want to come back in and reestablish things. So it's like a back and forth and a back and forth. But you know what wet blending is back and forth, right? I mean, when you're wet blending, you're just really going, grabbing one color, blending it in, grabbing another color, blending it in. And when it comes time to strengthen up those shadows a little bit, you'll just get a little bit of that Agrax, and I'm using it as a glaze. We're not getting crazy in here and washing stuff. Now, we did that in the beginning when we were sketching it in. This time, also remembering how small they are. They're very, very small, and so you've got to make very, very small transitions and very, very small lines. Thank you for showing up, AJ. Thank you for showing up. And when you're using the white, have a good evening, AJ. See you on Sunday, my dear. No, Friday. Sorry. Friday. Now see, we can come back in here and fix that awful shadow that we had now that it's dried. And we are able to transition it a little better. I like to use a liner for my shadows. Now when we get to the top, we would be using a darker gray. But we don't want to use something as dark as the recesses. So it'll be a little lighter than that, but still yet darker than the recesses. So you want to get that fine balance. Like I said, you can, if you want to, thin it with Agrax shade to keep the brown in it. But really, gray is, you know, gray or light brown is your white color when you start getting light onto it, right? I do appreciate y'all having coffee with me this morning and hanging out. Get that gray in here. That might be a little too light right there. It really is a cool mini. One of the things that's hard for me is when I do one of these events and I designate days that are separated to it. Okay, so we can clean up all the lines with shadows, but as you notice, it starts to smooth out. So you see how it still looks like this one over here, how that looks like blotchy. And then over here, it starts to smooth. And that's the layers. So once you start getting those layers laying in there, then it really starts to smooth out. And really thin ones, those glazes are just priceless in these instances. They really help. They work like itty bitty teeny tiny filters. So before you get excited and be like, oh, I can't blend that, or it just looks like hell or whatever, you know, try a little filter. See if maybe, you know, if you put a little glaze on it of a color or something, maybe that will help clean it up without you having to get in there and get too much going on with it. And you can use any wash as a filter and glaze it in. Any wash. Now, what I can tell you about colors, you can thin them and use them as washes if you want to, but they have a sediment in them and an opacity to them if you're not using a pure color, like a transparent, and it can kind of mess up your work if you're not careful. That's one of the reasons why OSL is so challenging, is because a lot of times I try to show people how to do OSL with clears before they are doing it with opaque colors. The opacity can often be very confusing. There's just a little bit of print texture that I would like to get out of it. In the areas that come together, that's where I put the really dark colors. So we get a really good strong presence there of a shadow. And then we're gonna have to come in here and get some real strong shadows built too, because it's up underneath of his arm. Almost black, but not black. Take some of the paint off the brush on the paper towel, and I will actually pull from there into these other wrinkles and up underneath the armpit. No, not at all. In fact, that's a lot of what Technical Tuesday is about. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. I need to have a message floating in the chat that tells everybody, please ask questions. That's what we are here for. We spent one Tuesday just talking about, what was that? Oh, it was, oh, we had like a Tuesday recently. I can't even remember what we talked about, but boy, did it get technical in here. I absolutely Banterra, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. So here we have, so this one, these are the stripes that I noticed that were in his uniform that I hadn't noticed before until I got like really close with it. It's a very, like those stripes are way in there. Fine. It's detailed pretty easily missed, I think. So what is your question? Okay. You just, okay. Well, you know what? You just, boy, did you find the right place. You totally did. We have everything in our channel from masters that are like below your mind, work for some pretty big companies that come in here regularly, all the way down to people that teach beginners, including myself. You just recently started with the mini painting, okay, and you lack quite a bunch of materials, but you are really fond of the underpainting process. Well, I can tell you that the underglow and the underpainting is definitely one of my more favorite. You have gray primer, but was wondering if you should try to highlight the figure. Okay, when you first start, I recommend priming black or really dark gray, and then zenithal highlighting, where you have the where the light is coming from. And if you like, I can show you right now how to zenithal highlight with a brush. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so, but they only had dark gray and not even white. Okay, so the cure to your white zenithal highlighting is a bottle of ink and a really soft watercolor brush that looks like this. Style res. So do you have an airbrush or are you going from a can? This is so you don't have to. If you are using I'm assuming you're using cans. Right. Okay. So, first of all, you can find, so where are you located? UK or the United States? Hello, Paint Done Worse. I am. Thank you. I am. I do believe that we got the problem resolved. I am of the opinion we did. Where are you located, Ben Shera? Okay, so yes. So what you want to do is, let us see. You can order. So what I do know is that, Dick Blick, press exclamation point links, Banshera, and my link tree will come up. And this is all of the places you can get the wonderful supplies, okay? So one of those is Dick Blick. Dick Blick is inks and brushes. Because when you buy 5 brushes from Dick Blick, you get 40% off of all of your brushes. Oh, thank you. All I did was trim it a little bit because it's being fuzzy on the ends. I'm trying to grow it out. Thank you. Stop sending you Dick Blick. Okay, so Banshera, you're gonna need, if you like this underpainting technique, ink is really nice to work with, but it's a challenge. So what brand of paint are you using? I'm going to guess that you are using GW, maybe Vallejo. Ooh, oh, good job. Good job. Okay, so since you use those products, Banshera, make a notation, get a sticky note, and write down lilliputminiatures.com. Lilliput, I think it's T. Can somebody help me with that link? Let's make sure we get them to Lilliput Miniatures. Okay. I want to get you to the right place. So that's for your paints, in case you need some paint supplies, because they're in Italy and you can get them pretty, you can get a good price from them. Jakey, he's the owner of that store, regularly has sales, like coupons that come out. So you want to like get on his mailing list, okay? They also have a whole lot of fancy miniatures. And recently, oh, I forgot to tell everybody. Yeah, recently, I forgot to tell you guys, Jakey in Italy, Lilliput Miniatures, just became a GW distributor. Okay, you guys? And he has regular sales. So, Banshera, you want to make sure that you keep an eye, and always tell Jakey I sent you, because he'll treat you. Is that them? Let me make sure we got the right one. Oh, damn it. It's not open. Hang on. It's opening at Geek's desk. That's not it. That's not Jakey's store. Nope, it's Lilliput Miniatures. Lilliput Miniatures. Okay, let me see if that's it. Hold on. It's at Geek's desk. Yes. Hold on. Yep, that's him. Recognize the logo in the painting. Yes. So there you go. That's Lilliput Miniatures. Yes. The second one, Banshera. The second one. So now, Dick Blick is where you can get your brushes inexpensively. Because you're going to ruin brushes when you first start. So that just happens, okay? It does. It happens. No, it's okay. It's okay. So if you go to Dick Blick, when you buy 5, you're going to get a big discount. So you want to, and they deliver worldwide. They also, if you spend a certain amount, they're going to give you free shipping. So you find out what that amount is so that you can make yourself a nice order from there. Okay. They have a starter set of these inks that's probably worth your time. And of course, getting brushes. And if you're going to get brushes, let me ask what kind of miniatures you're painting. So are you painting busts? For right now, for just starting, are you painting busts, D&D figures, or Warhammer? And what type? Like, are you painting little bitty people, or are you painting great big tanks? It does make a difference. Where? Yes, I have been. I have been, Misko. I'm being good. Let me see. Okay, so you are painting the little guys. Okay, so let's see, what do I have? I'm going to definitely have to keep some miniatures handy. I've got just the thing. Okay, so here we have little bitty people. Now, one of the things that you can do, so you're in the UK, I don't know a lot about hardware stores, but let me tell you something very interesting. In a hardware store, you can find spray paint that is acrylic, that is designed for improving, like making little chairs for kids or painting the tabletops. It's acrylic spray paint in a can. You can find it at your hardware store, and it's cheaper than the spray paint that comes in the can at the hobby store. Okay, not as fine. It is not for fine detail stuff, but it works in a pinch for our game stuff. There's a lot of exactly, and so and you go in and you get that. And it's going to make your life a lot easier, because you can get dark gray, and you can get black, and you can get white. They have a better selection. They always have sales in the hardware store all year round. There's some kind of sale going on in your hardware store, right? So you go in your hardware store and get yourself, and here's the important part now, you want it to be matte, okay? Matte. You don't want glossy paint. You want matte. Black, matte white, matte gray. Yes. It doesn't have to be primer. It doesn't have to be primer. It can be just a fancy matte paint. And you can use green, you can use red when you get advanced. I have 20 colors of primer. I have metallic primer in my studio, but that's for another day, okay? So you want a gray, a black, and some white. And black is gonna be your friend when you start. Black is your friend, okay? And the reason why black is your friend is because when you first start, it's very frustrating what I am doing, getting into all these teeny tiny little cracks and painting them. So I painted this guy white, right? And then now I'm getting, okay, when you're first starting, that's very time consuming and that can be very uninspiring. That can really take the fun out of it for you because that is not any fun. Like blending that shadow out and go, it's not fun. Yeah, oh yeah, do you? Well, that's good then. That's good. But in the beginning, if your miniature is black, your shadows are, the little shadows that are all the way back in there are taken care of. If you like being time consuming on your black miniature, your black primed miniature, you can use a glaze like purple or blue or something like that to put in your shadows and make them better. But the black primer really helps when you first start because your shadow is developed and look. So here's the shadow. We got the black primer started. We're gonna paint over this, right? Thank you, Paige. Oh, wait. I don't know how to pronounce that. Yes, exactly. How you doing? Now, I do not know how to say that name. PM, I was going to say that. I should have just said it. PM Dage, welcome, welcome. So here we are discussing developing your volume so you know which way to go. So part of the problem when you first start, hi Valendar, part of the problem when you first start Ben Shara is that you lose track of where you're going. So you got this little guy and you got him painted with the black primer. Now you come in from the top and we sprayed him with the white. Now look what you see. You see your shadows, don't you? You see your highlight, don't you? So when you block in your colors, you know what to do. This shows you what to do. Now here's the really cool thing about this. So you get when you go to get your brushes, you're gonna want at least, you're gonna ruin them pretty quickly. So you want some inexpensive brushes that are small, like 1 and 0. Hello, Robosh. How you doing? So when you order that 5 brushes, get a couple of them that are like size 0 or size 1, because you need those little guys, right? Eyeball, right? So you need them, and they ruin quickly. You're gonna ruin them quickly. It just happens when you're first learning your brushes. It just happens. Then get yourself. I love my. I love my number 2s. I'm a sucker for my 2s, but a lot of people will tell you 4 and 6. I do not know what type of a painter you are going to be, but the biggest brush that you can use is going to be your friend. Okay? So if you can do most of your painting with a 6, That's awesome. You're going to ruin a lot of tips in the beginning. Keep a brush when you order your brushes. Keep a couple of them set aside and don't use them till it's time to do the detail. Don't touch them. They're your sacred. I'll show you something. Those are your sacred brushes. Look, I have this one with this. No touchy. Don't paint anything with it. What do I paint with it? Necron eyes. Why? Because just coincidentally, this cheap little stupid brush actually happens to be the exact size as the little tiny piece of plastic that pokes out in the center of a Necron's eye. And Geek has a really big Necron army. So this one doesn't get used for anything else. How are you doing today, Robosh? And how are you doing today, Valander? We're talking basics right now. So 5 brushes at least. Get yourself, because you're going to get a 40% discount, so you want 5 anyway, right? And then the paints you're using are known. Like I just ordered all of mine, okay? They are known to be about as good as it gets. I was told I was going to love them. You're going to need to learn, Banchera, how to mix paint. So the thing about the paint brand that you have is you need to learn to mix. So I'm going to recommend a book to you, and it's not cheap. It's really not. I have to run upstairs and get it from, I'm going to take a quick bio. You guys stay put because we're also going to discuss, Banchera, if you would like, we're going to discuss brush load on your brush, because it's one of the faster ways to ruin your brush is not to understand, and pushing. I want to teach you pushing, and that's where you're going to go on Amazon. And I have a link for Amazon. Anytime you order anything from Amazon, even your toilet paper, use my link. Pennies to the ship. All the little pennies add up into dollars. All the little dollars add up into prizes. So I have a link for pretty much anything you need. And if you use my link, then it helps out greatly. It really does. Yes, I'm going to teach you about pushing, because I want you to know about pushing. And you're going to need crappy brushes from Amazon for pushing. Those are what we call here in this studio the ugly brush. You must have your ugly brushes. Those are very important. And the biggest part, I mean, oh my gosh. And then we're also going to discuss brush load so that you don't pay for 5 brushes and then ruin them within your first month of painting. I'm going to take a quick bio, and I will grab that book, which will help you with a very advanced education. Okay, it's very advanced, but it's good. It's really why not just look at advanced, but it also has a whole section on very intense color theory. Yes, we're gonna do all the things. So we'll be right back. Also, I think I will grab myself one of my energy drinks. I've been hydrating, Nisko. I deserve my energy drink. I drank. That's why I'm going to go dehydrate. Look, me hydrating. Hydrating. Okay, I'll be back to teach all the things. If you have any questions, now's your time to write it down on a piece of paper so that when I get back, you remember. Keeping notes. Okay, I'll be right back.
No matter where we go, I'm
Oh my God, seriously, you guys are I leave for a moment and you guys start banning each other. All right. Let's see here. Now, is Mr. Dave still out there? Hi, Dio. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I also forgot that I had to get or yeah, I know, right? They're just so naughty. Okay. So 2 books. Now, if Dave is still out there, he will know the one let me see if the theory on light is in here in the box, because it's supposed to be up in my room. Damn it. I was hoping I was really going to get lucky on that one. So, okay. One of you guys have to know your band was in effect. One of you guys have to know the book on light theory. I'm not remembering who it's by because you know the captain's brain and all the holes, right? All the holes in the brain. We're going to do a tutorial on brush load. Like, I'm really going to do that for you right now. For Banshera, so that they can get started in their... Are you building an army, Banshera? And if you are, what army are you building? I'm so proud of you for getting the Chimera paints. I mean, I don't know what made you get that, but also, Banshera, can I get a shout out, you guys, for... so you're in the UK. Can I get a shout out for Green Art of Colors by somebody? Banshera, go give Green Art of Colors a follow. It took longer than you thought. Came back from down the shop to find that we had visitors. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, wait a minute. Yes, there we go. Okay, so Banshera, please go follow Green. Oh, you're not really building it. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right. So I'm no, Captain. Captain did it. Okay, well, I'm not going to go back upstairs to look for those googly eyes, so I'm going to grab my second set. Hang on, guys. I'm going to grab the old googly eyes. Okay, so I'm really proud of you. You bought a great brand of paint, from what I understand. I want you to go give Green Art of Colors a follow because you're in the UK. Green Art of Colors, Banshera, is partners with Jakey, who owns Lilliput Miniatures. Okay? Okay. If for some reason, so really knowledgeable about supplies. Now, I don't know about the scale 75 paints, but they love them. The paints you have, though, all my teachers tell me those are the best. Those are the very, very best. Okay, so I got a different set of googly eyes, you guys. Hello, buddy. We're about to do a tutorial, a real basic tutorial, okay, for somebody that just got started. So now I think what I'd like you to go get, it's a little expensive, Banshera, but if you were going to have something full of so many questions and answers that it was very advanced, I will link you the book on light and color theory, okay? You can buy it used on Amazon. But you go to Lilliput Miniatures and you get this one, okay? There we go. Okay? He has about the best price that you can get on this book out there. Oh, I'm so excited, Banshera. Magenta is one of my favorite colors to paint with, and I am so excited about that magenta. Okay. Yes, I am. I am waiting. Yes, it is. It is, but it is so worth it. Okay? It is so, this is like crazy how much information is in it. Okay? I mean, it's like having your own teacher at your disposal all the time. A master, you know? A master. It is a bit, buddy, but that's why I'm saying now the other book, I will link it to you if you private message me. So join our Discord, Banshera. Join the Discord because we have a channel for you that has where you can get your supplies. Inexpensive ways, tools for your studio. There's a channel just for where to go get miniatures and paints and brushes that are less expensive. There's ways to create things that cost you less money. I don't know that one actually, buddy. Okay, good. And then if you will friend me in the Discord and join our Discord, there are so many helpful people. And we have a few people that come in that are outright, we actually have a Patreon, Banshera, and I do have a master from Italy and a master from Canada that come in to our Patreon and teach courses for people. So if you'd like to at least, and we just had our first newsletter come out, so you can read all about us, because the newsletter I just put out is for the public, and it covers the end of last year and all of the beginning of this year, and then brings you up current. Yes, and so there we have regular tutorials that come out. We have a monthly gathering that's a kind of a party where we have gamers and we have painters, screens that come up so you can join us for that depending on what you decide you want to do. And one of the things that I'm going to be doing as we move forward is actually holding a monthly paint jam for beginners, because I get a lot of people starting out, and I've been told by my crew that the way I teach makes sense. I had so many people that reached out to me after ReaperCon and said, I've taken a lot of Reaper classes and oh my gosh. And I'm like, what? I loved your class. You made so much sense to me. I'm a bit of a futz in the brain, but I think when it comes to paint, I don't know. I just really understand it, I think. I get confused with color theory because I think in paint instead of in light. But I'm working on that. So let's do this. Bring this in here and get it straightened out for you guys and focused in. Okay. And we've got the palette over here, and we're going to do a basic. So you've got your brush sizes down, and then you're going to need to go to the link, go to the Amazon. Ooh, and you should be able to buy a pack of ugly brushes, Banshera. Like, you want to get a size, if they have a multi-pack, buy the one with all the different sizes. That's better. I buy these in packs of like 60, maybe it's 40 for about $19. Okay, but if you can get one with multi-sizes in it, then those are even better. The guys buy them in these tubes, and those guys aren't here. Scooter's here. Scooter. Banshera's in the UK. Can you share the paintbrushes in the bucket that you have? Those are the ugly brushes, Banshera. Yes, thank you. Oh, you're in Germany. Well, you're still going to be ordering from Amazon but even if you use my Amazon link, it just make sure that when you go in, use my Amazon link. When it loads you into Amazon, and pennies on the dollar, it gives back to the ship. So if you find the item from Scooter, then you just copy that item and then go into the link through our ship, and you can order that item, because I have affiliate with Amazon all around the world. Autumn's Delight. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we have one for Germany. We have one for the UK. We have one for China. We have all of them. So those are going to be your ugly brushes. All right. So we're going to do brush load. All right. We're going to do brush load. Let me get my googly eyes. So you've got your brush, and first we're going to do the parts of the brush, and then we're going to do the brush load. I'm going to need an ugly brush to demonstrate bad. Here we go. Is this ugly brush? This is an ugly brush. You know, they're not very sexy. All right, let's get focused in here. Okay. Mine are $5 cheaper, Scooter. Okay. Let's move these guys back. All right. Okay, and a proper brush cleaner. I do believe, can anybody tell me if, Wavy will know, if the brush cleaner currently, I'm developing a brush cleaner. Until I have mine developed and can say, oh, I like this best. The brush cleaner that everybody seems to be saying is really good is the Goop from Monument. And Wavy can get it where he is, so you should be able to get it where you. And again, I have a link. You go to Monument through us. All right, here's our palette. We're going to use this palette because it's already dirty. We got an ugly brush. We got a good brush. Yes, Element Games. And I do believe that there is a link for Element Games in my link tree. And if there is not, Banshera, will you please let me know because it needs to be updated. Brushes are beautiful. Yes, this is the beautiful, what shall we call it? The tough brush. How about that? Is that good? We'll call it the tough brush. Okay. Okay, so you got your two brushes. We're going to use a color that everybody can see really, really good. All right. And we'll start here. This way, the gentleman who makes our videos will be able to just cut this as a short. All right. So that we can also put this in the Patreon for everybody. All right. Right now, you guys, what I'm going to do for everybody is I am going to do a demonstration in brush load. Brush load is something that is not talked a whole lot about, and we are going to talk about that for just a moment. We have our weird little miniature here that we're going to be painting on. And we have our two brushes. We're going to talk about brush load, and we're going to talk about brush pushing. Paint pushing. Uh-oh, Banshera. Uh-oh. You got to DM me. DM me in the Discord. That is not good. That is not good. Geek has to update that because we are currently working on a project that involves them. Yep, Discord's the best place to get a hold of me. Okay, rewind. All right, today I'm going to do a demonstration for everybody on the brush parts, brush load, and pushing paint. All right, these are some things that are not talked about very frequently by a lot of people, and so I'm going to do this, and we are going to put this out there so that if you are a beginner and maybe you just don't know, now you're going to know. Okay, so we have two brushes here, one of which I refer to as the ugly brush. All the brushes are beautiful, and one that is going to be our good brush. Okay, now I'm going to put some paint on the palette, and we're going to use a nice vibrant color that everybody can see. Let's see. I've got a nice blood red here. Actually, let me see if I got that. Here we go. Reaper. So Reaper color. Yes. Okay, you guys. This is an ugly little model that I have here that I'm going to be painting on. Don't put your models on your palette. Okay, it's bad. He's right. Okay, I'm just putting it there so you can see it. But he is an ugly little. He's a little test subject. Okay, all the models are pretty. All the models are pretty. We're not model shaming here. Okay. All right. Okay. So we're gonna put a little paint out here. All right. And maybe even while we're doing this, we might even discuss paint consistency. All right. But first of all, not all paints need to be thinned. Some do. If you're thinning your paint, then make it. I use a little distilled water and a little medium. A paint retarder is what I use in mine. All right? Before you ever stick your brush in water or in your paint, wash your brush. When your brush comes to you and you first get your brush, wash your brush with some brush cleaner and some clean water. Okay? The brushes have starch on them from the factory to keep the tips nice. That starch is nasty, and when you get it in your paint and you get it on your mini, it's going to create granules and you're not going to like it. Okay? So, first you clean the brush, and then every time when you take your brush out, when your brush is dry, before the brush goes in the paint, you moisten the brush. And the reason is because the brush has parts. Okay? So the brush has a handle, a ferrule, and the hair, otherwise known as the head. Okay? The hair wicks the product into it. It soaks it up. If the brush is dry and you stick it into your paint, it wicks the paint up towards the ferrule. Now, what you don't want to do is you don't want the paint getting up in the ferrule or around the area where the ferrule is. When it is wicked up and it collects around the ferrule area, what it does is it dries small particulates of it in that area, and it causes your brush to splay. That's how you get those fuzzy brushes. So each time when you're done, you want to clean your brush when you're all done, and you want to always moisten the brush before you put it into the paint. That way it doesn't soak the paint up to here because it already has moisture. The brush is designed to hold moisture in what we refer to as the belly. The belly of the brush, when you get a very nicely shaped brush like this one, this is the belly of the brush. Okay, right there. So the moisture comes up into the brush, and most of your moisture is held in this belly area. When you're painting, that moisture is released, wicking down because you're touching something and pulling. And as you touch and pull, it wicks the moisture down the bristles from the belly. When you have a nice belly on your brush, you can paint longer with it. You experience less dry tip. And all in all, if you can keep that paint below that halfway point at all times, most will tell you just the tip of the brush. This is the best advice. When you are blocking in, oftentimes you come up to about the halfway point. So I tell people to get themselves a brush that is less expensive, referred to as the ugly brush, for doing your blocking and paint pushing. Okay? We're going to take the good brush, and we're going to put the good brush in the paint, and then I'm going to show you where the paint is on my brush. That's where the paint should be on your brush. Okay? But if we are blocking colors, when you first start and you're putting the colors on the miniature and you're just blocking in the areas, that's a small amount of paint because we are dealing with miniatures. When we first put on our first layer, generally speaking, and when we're new, oftentimes that paint comes up higher. You never want it to come up any higher than that. That's as high as it goes. Brush load has to do with what it looks like, okay? So, it should never look like that. That's way too much paint, okay? That's going to cause you to make a lot of mistakes right there, okay? The other thing it should never look like is, it should never look like this. This is going to kill your brush. Your brushes will last you maybe days, okay? So, we are now going to use the ugly brush, and we're going to do a block. And we're going to do what's called paint pushing, okay? So, ugly brushes only. When you're first starting, I recommend you use a black primer. And when you're using a black primer, you're going to need to get your shadows in areas that you want your shadows. So I'm going to teach you to push, okay? So, like I said, when you're blocking, you're probably going to have more than just the tip. Let me get my glasses on here. Now, you want paint here, and you've got to put it like this. Look at that. You got to push the paint. You got to push the paint. Okay. In doing that, we're just blocking in colors. It's super fast. We want to get a base color of some sort down, because when we come in with the next color, we need something down here in order to be basically kind of like our canvas. Now, the first canvas is going to be our primer. The second canvas is going to be our base color. Now we've got a base color in here, okay? And this base color is still wet. Ugly brush, shadow. Dry the brush off. I'm pushing paint. I'm literally shoving this brush into that recess. Okay? Now, dry it off. I am, again, shoving the paint around. I am pushing it. I am going back and forth with the brush. The tip of that brush is getting slammed into these little recesses, and it is ruining the tip. It will always be a good pusher. Don't worry about it. And there it is. Okay? Then, once that dries, you now have a place to start. We have a shadow, you have a mid-tone, okay? And that right there is the start, right on top of your primer. When you come around to this area, it's another subject. But what that does is that gives you a brush that you can do these things with that you don't want to use your good brushes for, because when you do, you ruin them. And you don't want that to be an expensive brush. There it is. Okay? That is paint pushing. So paint pushing is when you are shoving the paint into an area where it needs to go. Have pre-assembled models. So you already got your model. He's already got his gun in front of his chest. Now you want to paint a shadow behind that gun up under the chest. You have to push the paint up there. Okay? When you start pushing with your good brush, you start moving backwards. The hairs on the brush are designed to go in the motion that is with the grain of the hair. So you are swooping. You are applying gently. You are always going with the grain of the hair when you are painting with your good brush. That's the direction it's designed to go. So, we're going to paint a shadow with our good brush. Nice brush. Okay. We're going to grab a mid-tone and we thin the paint and paint over our zenithal highlighting. If your paint is thin enough, you'll be able to see that. The point of that zenithal highlighting is not because you're not going to paint over it. It's so you can keep track of where you're going. So you can keep track of where the shadows are and where the midtones are and where you ultimately need to come in and put the highlight. Always notice I'm going this way into that recess. And when I go into this recess, I do not stick the tip of my brush in there. Look at that. Oh yeah. Whoop. Do not put your mini on the palette. I'm kind of going sideways and pull that paint out across this. I want to be very careful where I'm laying the tip of that brush. The less that I put the tip of that brush into any recesses, it can do this, look. It can do that, it's okay. But the less that I put that into an area where the tip touches, the better off I am. And now we have just blocked in the color over the highlights here on his jacket. This is what they refer to as sketching in your color. So we're just sketching. This is not the final drawing. That's just the sketch. And we're just doing the back. Don't get excited. Might need a little bit. This is a really dark shadow. I'm using an example here. When I go into this recess right here, I'm not. You think that I might be, but I'm not. Watch. My tip is actually going past it. Do you see that? This is a bit of a dark shadow, but the reason I'm doing this is so you can really see it. That little area right there. Yep. Gonna want to change brushes for that. Oh, that's nice. Now I've got the paint nice and thin because I just knocked over that water. That's cool. We were gonna throw this palette away anyway. It's okay to stick the ugly brush in there. Okay. I gotta come back in here with more colors later. And there it is. Including, that's why I don't have my palette under me, by the way. A lot of people will do it, or I cannot. This is what happens. This is what happens when I do things over my palette. So we don't do that. And I drop my miniature inevitably in the paint. Okay, so now here we have it. And there it is. So we have used a ugly brush to push paint, to get into recesses, okay, to block in shadows, even to block in some of the color. We've used a nice brush to smooth some of the base color on, being very polite to it, and manning our brush load. When it comes time to paint in the smaller areas, okay, now you've got your base color on. Now look, right? Small amounts of paint, and we're coming in here and we're painting our areas. And I'm using just the very front of the brush, and watch it, just watch it, okay? Did you see how much paint I had? Keep watching. Did you see how much paint was on the brush? Okay, this is the second layer. We're picking up the sketch where we left off. I'm still painting, still painting. Still painting. That's a brush with a good belly. So by not getting the paint all the way up past the belly, the moisture stays in the brush. And while you're painting, it releases small amounts of moisture, almost pre-thinning the paint before it even hits the mini. So when you thin your paints, you want to think about that, because if every time before you touch your paint, you're putting it into your mixing medium, right? Then what I do is I dab the excess very lightly on a paper towel. I go one side, two side. This is 2 dabs, just touching the paper towel. That takes just enough of the excess off, but the belly still has the paint, the moisture in it. And then I go for the paint. And then I twirl the brush, twirling. Spin that brush to a tip, okay? Because you're going to be using the tip. Keeping that paint on the tip. And then we go in and we do it again. And it's thinned, so I'm going over some of these shadows. I can bring this into some of the shadows now because this paint is already thinned. But wait, it gets better. Now that it's nice and thin, it's thinning itself as we go. Also, I'm using a wet palette, right? Oh, look at that. I just painted the whole jacket again. I'm going to take the excess paint off. Then I'm going to pull this paint right into the shadows. these that are in these little recesses, I'm just going to be really careful not to be jamming my brush up in there. And now I've got a little bit of red right in that shadow. Okay. That's a brush with a good belly. When you get a brush with a good belly, treat it, when you like it, you like the way it puts on the paint, you like the way, the length of time, you treat that brush with the utmost respect. I'm actually looking at this one probably for manufacturing. I'm really loving this brush. Now, I actually have jammed it in a couple of spots that really it shouldn't have been. Okay, there you go. So now we've got this little guy started, and that is right there. That's your brush load. That's knowing about putting moisture on your brush before you start, making sure you're cleaning your brushes. We'll do cleaning brushes on another day. I'm back on Sunday, if you remind me when you come in. Woo, Ben Shira, right? We'll go over cleaning the brushes. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a quick tutorial on brush load and pushing paint, both. I hope that you enjoyed that. And I do hope that you turn in, or tune in, I should say, more frequently for some of our regular tutorials. Not to mention, if you like it here and you are learning something from us, please feel free to support us through our Patreon. We have many other benefits for our Patreons. And thank you so much. All right, that's a cut. They can cut that out of there and use that for something. And that's a wrap for me also. I hope that that was... Okay, I'm really glad that that was helpful. That means a lot to me. I'd like to, on every Technical Tuesday, thank you very much, Diomedes. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So for all of you who are supporting us in our... I want you guys to know, oh my God, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. We broke 50 in our Patreon, you guys. Patreon works a lot slower than it does in Twitch, but it's a lot more personal. It's a lot more personal. It's working. I'm liking it. We just broke 50. We have to celebrate. We really do. We are actually backlogged on our things we need to give away and celebrate. But every Technical Tuesday, I'd like to do something like that. Like what we just did. Something that's basic, because there's a lot of people I find that tune in here. I get questions sometimes later that tune in and really need to know some of this very basic stuff. In reference to your wet palette, there's many ways that you can build, Banshira, a wet palette. But the main thing is that, so if you are not buying one of the fancy micro spongy guys, Dave taught me this trick here. Put some pennies underneath the sponge and it won't stink. Hey, Wavy. I have a very, very sensitive nose, so put some pennies underneath of, if it's a paper towel. You can use a Tupperware container. For your first wet palette, I also can tell you from experience, not all palette paper is created equal. If you should decide, Banshira, that you want to order a wet palette, everybody has a little bit, yeah, it's, oh my gosh. That was a lifesaver, Bronze, because my nose, I couldn't take it. Yes, oh yes, and Wavy taught me that one. Right, you can just get some copper wire and just like, you know, lay it underneath it. I'm gonna use copper wire. I keep forgetting to get the copper wire because the pennies make lumps on my palette. Yes, I know, Mage, that is like, you know, so these are things that we wanna keep track of. Like right now, somebody could drop into the Discord under, you know, the tools and whatnot and just pop that in there, the copper on the wet palette. And I hate the lump. Because I will put the paint and then I don't like the lump. I don't like the lump. But so lots of folks like different wet palettes. I have to see how General Gumdrop is getting along with her wet palette, because it is available on Amazon. I really like the Red Grass one, but I don't like their paper. I don't. Everyone recommended the paper, but I'm going to be really honest with you. This is, I don't know, but the paper had fibers, and it was one of the things I was trying to figure out why my skin had fibers in it, and I found out there was several things going on in the studio. and one of them was the paper. Now I changed to a commercial grade parchment, but what I will tell you, Banshara, is that everybody recommended Reynolds traditional parchment, not wax paper, parchment paper. The Reynolds works. I've used the Reynolds, but this commercial grade one that I bought is, oh my God. The problem I have is mine always curls around the edges. This is the first one that I've got that doesn't do that. It just doesn't. I can leave this out and it doesn't. So now I've made a mess out of this. So what we will do is maybe go over the wet palette and the level of water in it and whatnot. The next one. But every Tuesday, you guys, remind me, every Tuesday we'll do something. What kind? Did you get a red grass, Banshara? Is it a red grass that you got gifted? Okay, that's the one General Gumdrop is using. Let me know how you like that, okay? And then everybody swears by the Reynolds parchment. They say, because you can get it on Amazon, it's really inexpensive, and they say that's great. I used it. It worked. It worked. It's just that I still have the problem with the edges curling. This is the first paper I've used that the edges don't curl, and I get no... It doesn't matter how crazy I get with my paints on my palette. I don't get any fiber, and I don't like the fibers in my paint. It gets me a little weird. And I'm working on a brush cleaner right now. We're working on is that copper? Oh, we're working on some different brush cleaner concepts. I'm really liking this one, but because this particular one has lard in it, I'm not that I think that the brush cleaner will be 100% vegan, because I am going towards some goat products, but oh my gosh, this cleans the brushes like it's blowing my mind. So that having been said, the Reynolds parchment paper for cookies is pre-cut, Banshara, Paint Monkey is saying. And so General Gumdrop has the Army Painter palette, and she uses the Reynolds, and she likes it. So I sent that to her so she could do that research for me, so I didn't have to have a bunch of different wet palettes. So that's a good thought. We have some things in the work, and then we have places for you to find things. If you decide this is where you want to stay, which I do hope that you love miniature painting and your experiences are really good. I'm right now testing them, Paint Monkey. I'm getting some new ones getting sent because there was 3 that were no good. The really exciting news is that I found out that all of them that I am using are synthetic. If you would never have told me, I never would have known. I was like, no. And the reason that they didn't tell me is because they wanted me from a professional standpoint to grade their brushes. I would never have guessed it was synthetic. I was like, Oh, no, I actually meant with miniature painting. Oh, but thank you. It's good to have you. It really is. It's good. Hopefully you'll join us in the Discord, and maybe someday you'll join us in our Patreon. That'd be great. So we have the first blog being issued. It's last week's blog will be issued this week. Guys, keep your eyes open. It should come out within the next 48 hours. And we do have we have a giveaway we have to do from the last Mutha Lovin paint party. Which is all the people that bought their miniatures from Monument with our link. We broke 50 in the Patreon. So we have a Patreon giveaway that we have to do because we broke the 50. we also have a booty box that we have to do a Gleam IO for because we broke our followers. We are now working on that YouTube, you guys. Got to share that YouTube, right? We need 1,000 followers. We need 4,000 hours. So anytime that you guys can tune in from YouTube and watch us, that's awesome. Anything that you want to go play in the background or rewatch, yes. Thank you, Woodrow. Booty, yes, booty. Thank you for coming in from the YouTube. Oh. This is really nice to hear, Banshera. It's a really positive route to go. I think one of the things that really worked for me in, worked for me in miniature painting, actually, an artist by trade, so a lot of my angst in life was taken out in my art coming up, and I will let you know that I lost my dad in November, and I lost a really close friend in December. Being able to express myself through the miniature painting and the support of the community has really been good for me. And I really understand that because I still have not been able to get another cat. I had one for 18 years that was my familiar, and I get it. I get it. And I am really glad that you found us. Welcome, really welcome aboard. I understand it. And as soon as we find the miniatures that are kitties, that are not cartoon kitties, but really nice little kitties that we can paint, I'm thinking about getting a line of them made just so we can paint kitties the colors of our kitties so we can have kitty miniatures. Yes. Mechaform, I know. Well, that cat was. I don't know about all cats. I think some cats are demons. I'm just going to say that. Okay. Some cats are just demons, not people. But if you guys knew Linus, you would swear. Xandercleese, welcome back. Yes, exactly. And I want to get... I really appreciate that, Paint Monkey. You fell asleep. I was wondering where you went, Dave. Dave, what's the name of the book that's got the color and light theory with the little dodo bird on the front, or kiwi on the front? What's the name of that book? Okay, but do they look? I want them to look not like cartoons, Dave, but like little kitties, so we can all paint kitties like our kitties with our colors on our kitties. Ooh, that's what some folks told me about the YouTubes. Yeah. Oh, Bobcat. Yeah, I saw the Bobcat. I almost called you Bobcat because I saw your Bobcat. How's Pickles, mate? Pickles over here is good. Yeah, I wanna do, excuse me, I wanna do some, but I was thinking too that maybe about having some like animated style kitties, not with a whole lot of stuff going on, where we could paint them like our kitties. Pickles is good. Oh, really? I'll have to take a look at those, Bronze Armor. Will you put those in, we have in the Discord, Bronze Armor, we have a channel that's Miniature Resources. Can you link that in Miniature Resources? Any one of you guys, the kitties we're talking about? Because we have one channel that's just for Miniature Resources, and I hope Lilliput is in there. I do. I hope Lilliput is in there. Yes, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And as soon as I am able, I gotta make you guys' stream. Dark World. Put that in there too. We definitely, you know what? If you guys have like your favorite miniature places to get miniatures, definitely put those links in our resources so that they all come up and everybody can have them. You have 7 cats. People's a demon, right? I know. I'm telling you. Well, you did pretty good then. You did pretty good, because I will admit most of the cats I've known are pretty demon-like, you know? Yeah, Linus was more like a dog. So, because Geek doesn't like cats really at all, but he really liked Linus. Linus was too smart. He was kind of creepy. He was kind of creepy because he talked like he was just weird. He was a real, but I loved him. It's just that he was so, I don't know, like intense. Really intense and too smart for a cat. It's like, no, okay, that's not happening. And he's just too smart for a cat. I remember taking him one time to the vet, and the vet said to me, how do you know he has a UTI? And I said, are you being serious? And he goes, yeah, how do you know? And I said, because he told me. He told you. I am not kidding you guys. I went to go pee, to use the bathroom. He walked into the bathroom. And so Linus, never a day in his life has he ever pottied on anything. Like from when he was a kitten and could barely get into a cat box, he would pull himself up over the side and fall into it, okay? And he walked up right in front of me, onto the carpet in front of me, and he squat. And they went, eh. Nothing came out. He didn't pee on the floor. And I was like, what's up, buddy? What was that? He walked right back over, right in front of me, and he squat and did the same thing. And I said, you can't go. So, and then he goes to kind of walk off, wiggling his tail. And I said, you can't pee. And he looked over his shoulder. And I'm like, okay, I'll take you to the vet. I took him to the vet. The vet said, okay, fine. We'll check. I said, well, there's no catching pee because, oh yeah. He's like, you're dead serious. I said, I am dead serious that he told me that. He just walked up and told me that. He did shit like that all the time. So creepy. They are the spawn. Yes, Scooter. I am. Oh, for the book, 2 places, Dave, in our resources, in Discord, and in the chat for Banshira. No, but put that link in the Furry Friends channel. Oh, that one was stale. Oh, the cat minis in the resources. Let me see. We have a channel called, I think, and we have a challenge coming up. We're getting ready to do a challenge, and Geek and I are preparing for a contest. I mean, we're preparing to launch a contest, you guys. Okay, let me see. Safety first, a Patreon. Hold on just a minute. Okay, that's all the news and the events and ideas. Let's see. And all the minis. Okay, let's see. Studio cosplay, reference photography, art and beyond, motherfucking Gundam. Do tell me we didn't take that one out. Basing and terrain. Okay, it must be under how to. Tools, tech support. Sources, Dave. Sources, miniatures, and... Sources, miniatures, and paint. Yes. Sources. So that's where we can get, that's where to get the things. And then tools is separate. So paint and miniatures is one channel. And then tools is everything else. Like, your wet palette, all of that stuff. Excellent. Yes. Okay, excellent. Oh. It has been one. You know what? This Tuesday early thing is working out, you guys. This is working out really good. Let us see who we can go raid. Thank you so much for the company and the time. I hope that you guys took home something valuable from this. Dave got a nap out of it. It has been. Oh, there we go. Let's see. Oh, oof. Oh, let me, I don't know if I've actually ever rated Bitterbrush. Let me see. Have I rated Bitterbrush yet, Bronze? That's a thought. Let me see. I don't see anybody actually streaming that's any huge length of time. Bitterbrush. The other one is Deck Flow is actually out there, you guys. We have rated Deck Flow though. Not really recently, but let's see. Yeah, because Bitterbrush rated us. Oh, and Agent Meeple. Well, I haven't had a chance to raid Bitterbrush, and Bitterbrush has rated us a few times. So now Bitterbrush is painting, not gaming, right, Bronze? And generally, just to let you guys know, this has been a great stream, and I had a little bit of extra time today. I generally don't stream this late on Tuesdays, though. Wait, okay. Oh, it's so he's just playing. That's just the battlefield, battle, whatever. What do you call it? What's that game called? Is it Battle? What is that game he's playing? Battlefield? Oh, Stream Raiders. That's what I meant. That's what I meant. I think we should raid Bitterbrush. Well, I'm still working it out, Bobcat. I'm still working it out. You know what we did is we actually had somebody come in and ask a starter question, and I needed a clip anyway, and so I thought I would do a thing on brush load, and so we kind of went through some information and whatnot to get Banchera started with their miniature adventure, which I think is absolutely great that they got Chimera paints. Banchera, it's going to be really learning to mix is absolutely great. Now, did you get the okay, hold on. Did you get the starter set of all the colors, or did you also get the 2 sets that are the pre-mixed colors? Oh yes, I see that. Okay. Then in that case, I really have to go with Deck Flow. Okay, so the options are of the 2 people. Okay, these are the guys you get. We have, you're going to choose between Diablo Barbarian. Okay, the starter set. Okay, so I'm just letting you know, I was told that the sets that are the expansion packs are just colors mixed from the base set. You know, I know that, Scooter, but you know what? I have to go get some sun, and I was thinking about maybe making some tacos today. I was thinking about maybe making some tacos. Last time I made steak. Okay, so you guys, actually, you know what? We really... So many dice. German and English. No. Okay, you get this choice. This is a choice. There's so many people streaming at this time of day. So your choices are, and these are the choices you get. So these are the people who who have rated us that I have not had a chance to rate recently. It's either Deck Flow or Phoenix Miniature Art. That's what we get. Wavy. Yes, Scooter, I know that we got to get back to our once a month. We have to get the new studio set up, because I'm actually trying to talk Geek into just equipment for just streaming in the kitchen. So we have rated Deck Flow more recently than Phoenix Miniature Art. I can't even remember the last time we rated Phoenix Miniature Art. Oh, you know what? It looks like he might be doing non-metallic metal. Hold on, you guys. Oh, you want to go there. He does speak English, right? Yeah. He does, right? Yeah. Yes, I know he is, Dave, but I have not rated Phoenix in a minute. And you guys, I think you guys might want to see what he's painting. I really do. That's pretty incredible. He's also using the very, very tip of the brush, doing some painting. I mean, yeah. Oh, it's delicious. It's delicious. Oh, wait, is he on? Yeah, Dave, is he on? Okay, we're doing that. Hang on. Did he just start? Where? Is he on? Good night, Scooter. Thank you for joining me. Right, Dave, but he's on? Okay, hold on. Hold on. I don't see him. Hang on. Why isn't he on my list? WTF. Okay, hold on. I'm going to go look for him. That's the answer, and I'll tell you why on that one, Dave, later. You remember that thing? Oh, too many T's. Yes. Okay. Yep, that's what we're gonna do. Good night. Good night, Dave. You got me? Okay, great. Yeah. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Dave. Again, thank you. I haven't rated him in a while either. Okay, so you guys, the next thing that will be happening. Oh, Bronze. Thank you guys so much for being here. Oh, and thank you for joining the Discord. Thank you for all the delicious questions. Okay, the next day that I will be here, let's see, we are on Tuesday. That means that Friday is our next day, which is date night. That should be fun. And I think I should line up a prize. Let's do a prize giveaway on Friday. Oh, that sounds so good. I really feel like that. Thank you, Mistra. Thank you so much for joining me. Yeah, he's up there. So let's do this. All right, we're going to go raid Cutthroat. Now, there's nothing we can do in that channel that's awkward to make him uncomfortable. So we're just going to flourish and give him lots and lots of love as we come in there, just being the grand selves that we are, and lots of hugs and kisses and whatnot. In the meantime, you guys, pictures in the Discord, okay? Right? And don't forget hashtag get your fucking paint on. Hashtag get your fucking paint on. That's our page. Let's pump it up. I can keep an eye on things in the Discord. You guys want to put in the whips and whatnot? Please, please join us there, okay? Grab those brushes. Grab that paint. Grab those minis. And get your fucking paint on. Good night, everybody. Oh, Riser. Good night, Riser. We're just leaving. We're just leaving. I need to talk to you, though, if you have time. Yep. Okay, Geek says he's got it, so I'm guessing we're going over. There we are. I know. I'm just looking for the button. There we go.
It's a button
Okay.
on your.
Oh,
I'll show you.
I forgot. There's a stop button.
Go to your home screen on the. Not that one. I'm sorry. The up arrow.
The folder.